Should the Israeli government completely dissolve its borders?
I did not. This is like so like going all over the place. You were.
Bro, I'm asking you what the solution is. Do you want the government to be dissolved in Israel? If you believe in this cause so much, what is your solution?
I'm not. Look, dude. This is serious, okay? I
know it's serious. There's people dying. This is not a game to me, okay? There are children, there are men, there are women dying. That is a case to me. I don't hear any solutions from your side.
Look, if the sort
what is the most popular Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea? What is the most popular faction that says that? Tell me. What is the most popular faction in the Middle East, in Palestine, that says from the river to the sea?
About this shit, I had already reached a point of kind of exhaustion, and the thing is that like that's a real thing with me because
I have to work for a living. You think I'm not exhausted either?
Okay, to be honest with you, I forgot what we were arguing about. Do you want to refresh my memory? I get into quite a few arguments these days.
I mean, there's a few things that I wanted to, that I was hoping we'll see like kind of what we can cover over the course of this. Kind of, I think the primary thing that we were, I guess, arguing about when you asked if we could chat again. That had to do with matters of like what is and isn't terrorism and things having to do with the Houthis, Hamas, maybe even like Mandela and the ANC and whatnot.
Yeah.
But so that's kind of like, that's the original thing that we were talking about. But I also was hoping to kind of I'll put it out on the table now. I was hoping that maybe we could also discuss. There's some like tweets on your feed right now that are talking about like left-wing QAnon and whatnot. And I'm not even exactly sure like all the examples that you're kind of thinking of, that you're citing when you're talking about that.
I can give you specific on that one.
Sure. And, I'll just say that like I, that sort of bullshit exists in all, but both the left and the right. But yeah, I have some things to say about that. And then also just trying to make sure that and then also, well, this is kind of like, there was a tweet that you put out recently that was in response to Mutahar. He said something to the effect of, the more I see of Twitch, the more I'm surprised how Amazon hasn't cracked down on leadership at all. Referred to it as a ticking time bomb. Yeah. And you said that this might be necessary. And I think that sort of...
well, he proposed something in that. He said something specific.
Okay.
I don't remember what he said in that post, but there was some proposed solution. I can't remember. I think I was joking, by the way. For that one, I think it was a joke. Okay. Yeah.
Right. I mean, the reason why that stood out to me is because I just think that like this sort of, maybe we'll get into this more generally, but this sort of like I think of it as a witch hunt when it comes to all this kind of just mostly Ethan / Destiny's community led, like I would call it a witch hunt of people like Dan Clancy and just Twitch in general. I think that the kind of the accusations of it being some sort of like anti-Semitic hellhole. I think literally Dan Saltman's he has a website that's I think titled, but like at the top it at least it says that. And I think all those allegations are not only like spurious, but I think that they are just kind of playing with fire. I think that if we pursue that sort of thing, like it might end up how would I put it? Just kind of like feeding the fire of all of the, like, well, for one thing, the free speech, like the ways in which our free speech are being like taken away as we speak.
So no, in the case, in the case of like the Twitch policies and the path forward dealing with the problems that have been coming up. I mean, Twitch is a platform that gets a lot of its revenue from ad revenue. And just from a very practical sense, I think Twitch, like right now, has a problem that they have allowed to get too big. And they, in my mind, are very clearly like selectively enforcing their TOS, because it seems obvious at this point that the people in the decision-making process, in terms of enforcement of TOS, ideologically align with people like Hasan and Mike. But like, for example, like Mike from PA.
But at the same time,
let me make my point real quick. Let me. You can respond. I promise you. But like. Yeah,
go for it. Go for it.
Mike from PA from a few days ago. He didn't do what Hasan did. Hasan said that I'm not saying it was a false flag, but it looks exactly like it would look if it was a false flag. But I'm not saying it's a false. Mike came out and basically said this was a false flag. This is one of the most prominent left-wing creators on this entire website. Do you not think that there are valid concerns in terms of, like, if you're a creator on Twitch and you make part of your income comes from ad revenue, do you not agree that it's a problem potentially for Twitch to like allow this kind of extremism to like fester and reach a boiling point to the point where there could be like an adpocalypse on Twitch? We're not talking about.
Well, I mean, there already has been a little bit of an adpocalypse, and that was provoked by people like Dan Saltman and that whole like maybe we can get into that a little bit, but kind of like the ridiculous situation with the hummus panel and stuff like that. But I think I'm kind of getting ahead of myself by saying that. First, I want to address when it comes to I did not see Mike's response, but I did see Hasan's, and he made it very clear. Like he said continually, I think that this person in what they did, I think he used the term, there was a specific word.
Brain broken, I think he said. He was like saying he was crazy.
Well, he did say that he was brain broken.
He said he was genuine and brain broken.
Yes, genuine, exactly. Yeah. There we go. There's no, like that ends the story on whether or not he thought that was actually, whether he was implying that was actually a like a false flag. Well, because
do you agree that
genuine in their actions is not going to be part of a false flag?
Do you agree that especially when you're a really big creator, you do have a certain responsibility to be responsible in your rhetoric? Would you agree? Like, you don't want to unintentionally endorse things or whatever. So like when you look at the clip of when Hasan was talking about, like, well, I'm not saying it's a false flag, but it looks exactly like one. His chat was just pouring with dozens and you know how fast his chat moves. Like dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of people that were like, this is super sus. This looks like a psyop. This was a false flag. And I don't know, you say you watched his stream, so I don't know how much he like moderates the stream, but you know, when I look at a community that is like that over the line, like they like that when I say lefty QAnon, that's what I'm talking about. Like this
do you think that would you say the same about Destiny's community?
Because, anybody's community.
Because like, I mean, for like Destiny's community, when they were, I mean, I've seen lots of other examples of it, but one of the most like egregious examples was when he was discussing things having to do with the whole what they call, it's really distasteful, but the Pollywood thing, you know, like the kind of the notion that, so you know what I'm talking about when I say that, right? But just for your audience. Oh, you don't?
No.
It's basically like fucking Alex Jones InfoWars level conspiracy stuff, where the idea is that a lot of what we're seeing is actually just in some ways manufactured, like not necessarily fake.
Oh, you mean for like the pro-Palestinian stuff?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like so it's like stuff where no, I'm talking about like things going on in Gaza where people are dying, where like either they think that the like babies are fake or the victims are not actually like victims, they're still alive, they're just posing as victims. And in some cases, in one, because Destiny basically played with that shit a few times. And in one situation, he wasn't quite saying that the entire video that we were watching was fake. He was saying that these people were basically like gambling with their lives for like, you know, basically like trying to make themselves martyrs, going into a situation where they knew that if they got shot and died, it would become like a
propaganda tool.
Item. And you know, that itself is really like wacky. I mean, wacky's the wrong word. Really gross. And just
I don't know the particulars of what you're talking about, so I don't know how to evaluate the claim.
My point is, sure, I understand, but my point is that like when I reviewed the footage of every time he talked about those things, the amount of just like, you know, like everybody was saying that shit was incredibly fake, and it's
can I give you
way more?
Can I give you an example? Like, so like the Al Ahly hospital, you remember when that was in the news? So if you'll recall, Hamas, I think like very shortly after the attack, they held a press conference, and they had like I think they had like older men like holding dead babies in their hands or something like that, and they were initially reporting that I think like 400 or 500 people died in that attack. And then that ended up being total bullshit. I mean, the real number I think was like closer to 40, which is, I mean, bad. Yeah. And then there was also a huge source of contention around like where that rocket fire came from. Sure. And to my understanding is like, we still don't really have like 100% answer of like one way or the other. But like that, would you agree that that would be an example of Hamas staging an event with like clear propaganda goals?
I mean, I think that what happened in that situation was there was a hospital bombing, and people were. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that like when news items are reported like just very quickly before you have a moment to really understand completely what has occurred in that situation, it's just incredibly common to for there to be misinformation, or you know, it's usually information that people have some reasonable expectation of being true, and then it's put out there and they're just like wrong about it.
Well,
a lot of
no, but in this case, you wouldn't
that particular hospital situation, and we can continue talking about it, but it gets under my skin a little bit because people like whether or not that situation was like, even if I give you that like Hamas was responsible for it and the victims were overreported and whatnot.
I think it was Islamic Jihad.
We have a like not a billion. I'm being like hyperbolic here, but we have so many instances of Israel actually bombing hospitals and doing it in like the worst way possible. So it's sort of like I don't know. It just it's like almost a moot point to me because
it's a moot point to point out.
Well,
like,
I mean, what I mean is that the like that particular situation is just not really indicative of most of the like one, as I said, I don't think that it was a situation where Hamas was deliberately like manufacturing.
Oh, I think it was. I think it was. Okay. I think it was very obvious that that's what they were doing. I mean, are you aware that like Sinwar was on the record last year, I believe, just straight up saying that he thinks that like dead Palestinians like help their cause. Like, he just came out and said it. I don't know if any like do you dispute that they, like Hamas,
I mean,
has this sort of like mentality about this thing?
He might have said that, but
I mean,
that's like,
you can look it up. I mean,
like you can find similar, like first of all, do not get me wrong. I absolutely, you know, in any on any side, whether it's this conflict or another, I don't want to see people dying. So this is not like an endorsement of that, but there are lots of other, like it's just there are lots of other liberation struggles, like the ANC included, that, you know, people who spoke about them that just kind of said similar things. Like it's pretty understandable that, like, you know, if you get the world's attention that something is happening.
Well, okay. Let's get into that, because I think because that was something that you specifically wanted to get into. I think comparisons between the ANC and Hamas are insane. They don't make any sense. Like these are two groups with very different ideologies and very different methods of liberation. Like this is just such a horrible comparison. Like the ANC, their goal was reunification, sharing that entire country with everybody, equal rights. And Hamas's stated goal is, you know, the elimination of Israel and expelling and killing all the Jews from the region. Number one. Number two, Hamas
is no, like,
of course it is.
That on they're according to their current charter, no.
No, come on. Like in 2017, they faced pressure from countries like UAE and Qatar to sanitize their image. They were feeling that pressure because they knew that Trump was going to take a hard stance. So they released this like sanitized version of their charter. But they've also said that they would willingly step down if you know, certain conditions were met. Like do you believe that?
Are not what's that?
Do you believe they're telling the truth?
Absolutely.
What gives you that? What gives you that confidence?
And I do not think that they're like angels or anything. Like
that's one way to put it.
But
that's one way to put it.
But yeah. But at the same time, yeah. Like I don't think that they are these like kill crazy. Just like they're. See, this is the thing that I should have kind of just nipped at immediately. You seem to think that their main goal is, I guess, just the extermination of Jews. Their main goal is... They
want to cleanse the land of Jewish people and then rule over that land with Islamic law. That's like the core of what their goals are.
I don't believe that that's the case. And there are I mean...
Are they lying?
Are they lying?
Yeah, this is their stated goals. This is what they say they want to do.
Where did they state that goal?
Like in countless like public speeches, in their own charter. I mean, these are their stated goals. Like you had the mouthpiece for Hamas very shortly after October 7th say that they were going to do October 7th over and over and over again until Israel no longer existed. Like this is just the things that they say.
We have like if you're the statements of like statements
their spokesperson.
Like
that's their
yeah, I know, but we have thousands. Well, maybe not thousands, but we have way more of that from Israeli officials.
Sure. I mean, yeah,
and they are in a power position where they could actually like enact that, and they are enacting that. You don't happen to believe that this is a genocide, do you?
No, I feel comfortable with that language if they're blocking all humanitarian aid into the region. Like before, Before I like genocide, we don't say something is a genocide because like a lot of people are dying. That's not how we determine whether or not something is a genocide.
Of course. So like, that's not what that's right. You understand that that's not the way that either Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International, who are basing their opinion of it being a genocide on, they're making a legal case as to why it was a genocide and why they,
Yeah, I think like if you're deliberately starving an entire population, and like to the point where I've mentioned this a lot on stream, but like 80% of people in Gaza rely on humanitarian aid for food. And if you just stop that aid going in, you are going to starve 1.5 million people, 1.6 million people. So that is for sure genocidal actions. And so
I'm glad that you've come to the point now that it's that those are genocidal actions, but the overwhelming majority of genocide scholars and legal scholars and like every single worthy humanitarian group, Doctors Without Borders, people like that. I mean, I could go on and on and on for a long time, have called this a genocide and made an extraordinarily reasonable case as to why it is such. And I guess that's one of the things that I wanted to point out in terms of like you kind of talking about like a left-wing like QAnon type thing, because it's like I look at some of like your genocide denial, and to me that's left-wing QAnon territory.
And this is
the experts that we have out there that established this for a very long time.
This is something that I've found like particularly frustrating, is like I can agree with you on 99% of your critiques of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
I can agree with you that the Palestinian civilians have been forced to endure something that is totally unacceptable. I've the whole time conceded that there are atrocities occurring every single day. So like we can line up on so many things, but if I have a particular, like if I think of the word genocide and I compare it to other modern conflicts, I compare it to other like previous genocides that have occurred, and I have a hard time using that particular language, you want to focus like hyper specific on like my verbiage. And I just, to me, that seems like such a, interesting thing to get caught up on. I don't deny that.
I would think that you.
I don't deny that Israel, the way that they have treated Palestinians, is totally unacceptable and is barbaric. And they have been doing it for decades.
Okay. Two things. I don't particularly mind at the end of the day if you have some other word for what Israel had been subjecting the Palestinians to from close to day one. Like, it's been a f***ing horror show. It's been like mass industrial scale.
No, I understand that, but like we saw mass industrial scale slaughter in Darfur, in Syria, in Ukraine, and
not in this way. They're all, if you listen to just a huge range of experts, everyone from what's her name, Francesca Albanese, who is
the UN whatever person.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many more than her, but like, just there's so many things that are extraordinary and unique about this example. This truly is worse in just a whole range of factors. And
250,000 Syrians died in that war. That was a lot of people dead in that war. I mean, in Iraq, hundreds of thousands of people died in that war, right? Right.
Of course, millions. If you're looking at it purely from a numbers standpoint, that's you could find wars that had millions, tens of millions of people who have died.
Yeah.
But that's not the just the amount of bodies is not the that's not the kind of sole thing. By no means is that the sole thing that they are basing the fact that it's a genocide on. Like, it's very easy to kind of point to that, but it's about the just the relentless extermination, constantly targeting civilians and whatnot. But let's get back. Just we can still talk about that. But I actually have a bunch of notes having to do with like the ANC. You were talking about how that is.
Let's get into that. I'm happy to get into that because that shit is crazy to me.
Okay, so first of all, I'd actually, if you would be cool with it, I'd like to show. This is totally like, totally not.
You show porn on my stream. I'm cutting ties with you.
I'd like to show a 2-minute video. There's nothing.
Go for it.
Against
it's fine.
POS or violent in here is basically fine. Like what I'm saying.
Okay.
So, this right here is. Trying to remember his name, blanking on it at the moment. This man is a Holocaust survivor who also has dedicated his life to Holocaust awareness. And he also just is kind of a, in general, like a human rights activist. And here it is. I found it. So
that's fine. Or diseases, and the Israelis are very conscious of that, and they're proud. They brag about all that stuff.
You compared the Israeli siege on Gaza to the Warsaw Ghetto. Can you elaborate on that?
So the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, it seemed to me like a parallel to what Hamas was doing. They were very conscious. They were going to die in the Warsaw Ghetto, and they were going to take some with them. The Warsaw Ghetto fighters were these young people. They were idealistic. They were all socialists. They were all on the left. The Jewish world has forgotten that. They were like my father. Their grandparents originally came from the Nakba of 48. And they've been in these open-air concentration camp with guards all around them their whole lives. That's why I think there is a parallel. And the other issue I think that's really significant about Hamas, when you study the African-American rebellions, the Nat Turner rebellions, they were not polite, tea and cookies type thing. They were extremely violent. There were excesses, right? Because the process of liberation includes that. There's so much anger built up and hatred that excesses are done and to be expected. But the abolitionists, they understood the anger and the hatred, and they did not criticize the Turner and these other rebellions. So I think you have to put Hamas in that context.
I'd like you to address the...
I've heard the comparisons to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. I don't think they're great. I've heard the comparisons to the Nat Turner Rebellion. That seems a little bit more similar. I mean, I think what you're trying to say is like, we should contextualize violence and try to understand why the violence happens. And I don't disagree. I've never disagreed with the idea that we should examine the conditions that contributed to an event like October 7th. My issue with folks in the lefty spaces was that many of them were going well beyond simply trying to contextualize and understand the violence. Many of them were taking an explicitly pro-Hamas position, which is to me where the bridge becomes a bit too far. And as far as comparisons to like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, for example, even that comparison is not great because they did not attack German families. They attacked German officers during that Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Nat Turner, he killed babies. I mean, like, I think we should understand why, like, obviously in response to like unspeakable barbarity with chattel slavery, why that would provoke something like would lead a human being to like kill a baby in their crib. That doesn't mean that I think we should celebrate when that they killed babies. That's the nuance that I think is totally lacking in some spaces. The ANC, don't even get me started. I mean, like, in the entirety of the apartheid struggle, ANC, I think there were between 100 and 200 civilian deaths. And it was their policy systemically to engage in acts of sabotage rather than terrorism. Because Mandela understood that if they were going to do just full-on terrorism, he thought that would lead to full-on civil war, which would make reunification impossible. So okay. He had a very different.
First of all, I don't know if you know this. Mandela was pro PLO while they were.
PLO is not, but the PLO is not Hamas though.
Yeah, but they were engaging in armed terrorism. He held like an event honoring Layla Khalid, who was one of the main people who was involved in both of the high-profile hijackings that they did in the 1970s, and and also I'm like I have some
With those hijackings, did she kill civilians?
No, but there were other armed
Well, I mean that's
that she was involved with. But I have more to say in terms of both like what like Mandela also this is important. In 1986, Nelson Mandela implicitly endorsed acts like necklacing and all of the like.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Let me see.
Was
a general statement of support for violent resistance.
No.
That was smuggled out of the like in around 1986 while he was still being held.
What he said that violence had become like inevitable, but he never endorsed necklacing. Like
no,
that was
you're talking right now about his speech to like the that's something different.
No, I'm talking about the whole of his like I spent so much time looking into what Nelson Mandela said. I could not find a single example of him implicitly or explicitly endorsing like acts of terrorism. And the necklacing that was a source of tension between he and his wife. It was actually noted at the time that he didn't endorse what she was calling for, which is to punish collaborators with methods like necklacing, which, Chad, if you don't know, it's you put a tire around their neck and you light them on fire. And the fact that he didn't come out and endorse what she was saying, people took note of it at that time. He very much did not, and he could have made.
There was a smuggled message that was sent out in 1986 where he endorsed the ANC of the violent measures that the ANC were enacting at that time. So like we can just
you're not listening. They were
on that.
No, wait, hold on. But he was. But I never said that he said that people shouldn't do violence. He endorsed acts of sabotage, targeted sabotage against government and military targets.
He endorsed the actions that the ANC were currently engaged in, and he knew about the necklacing. He knew about those things. He gave I'm not saying like trying to paint the portrait of him like enjoying that, like being like actually thinking like that's awesome, but he endorsed it. And the fact of the matter is, the reason why that's important is just because in general, like I think you already like know this, but it's just like there are going to in resistance struggles, there's going to be that guy said, it's things get very like messy and there's going like most of the violence that they did, I'm sure you know this if you know about the necklacing, it was against people that they thought were like acting against the ANC itself.
Collaborators.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so there's like when it comes to the ANC, in 1985 there were 156 bomb attacks in South Africa, and the ANC claimed responsibility for the overwhelming majority of them. And you know about Winnie Mandela.
Yeah.
Totally.
He was much more radical.
In 1986, there was this thing called Radio Freedom, which was basically like their propaganda tool.
Yeah.
The ANC, and there were many broadcasts where they said things to the effect of this. I mean, this is an exact quote. "Let us take our weapons, both rudimentary and sophisticated, our necklaces, our grenades, our machine guns, our AK-47s, and everything we can get us to fight the vigilantes together with the police and the army." There was the Secretary General, Alfred, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, I'm sorry, Nzo. told the Sunday Times that collaborators with the enemy had to be eliminated.
Yeah, there was a lot going on outside of Mandela's prison walls that he had no control over. But again,
Tambo, this is something new, okay? Oliver Tambo, the president of the ANC for like a few decades, said that killing white people will have a beneficial effect of getting white people used to bleeding and dying. And he also said we've achieved a good deal of progress in making. Yeah. Okay. So that's the most important one right there.
There are like gradients of like violence. There, you know, the way that Mandela described it was like there were 4 types of violence. There was terrorism. There was I don't know. I can't remember what they are, but it ended with war. You know, like it was an escalation. It started with like targeted acts of sabotage, and then terrorism, and then one other one that I'm not remembering, and then like revolution, like war, like full-on civil war. And he very specifically endorsed a policy of sabotage. And again, you keep
that is true, but this is the point. This is the point. Like, do you actually like that was not like he had already made it clear that he was previously willing to do other types of violence.
You don't think it's notable to point to the discrepancy?
He realized that was necessary for the particular situation.
Hang on, can we just focus on? Can we just like you? Can I get you to acknowledge that the discrepancy in the kill count alone should clue you in that the ANC had a different philosophy? Like if the ANC was open to the
because it was
if the ANC was open to the kind of violence that Hamas was capable of doing on October 7th, the kill count in South Africa would have been in the fucking millions over the course of several decades.
Do you honestly think that if the ANC, if things had not gone the way that they did, that like and by the way, if like you understand that there was lots of warfare that occurred in conjunction with the in general, like fucking what's the word? Sorry, I'm like a little like cracked out today. Apartheid fell like mostly because of like battle, like there was a lot of bloodshed that went into.
No, but we're talking about the ANC specifically. We're talking about them specifically.
I know, but do you honestly think that the ANC would not have engaged in those methods if like you know like apartheid did not fall, if like they were not like lucky enough for those circumstances to come into place? No, of course they would. They like people people will resist. Like you know, if like they're going to use the methods that are available to them at the time, and so it's just like that's why I think it's very important to note that someone like Mandela was totally fine with the PLO when they were doing armed resistance. He also
the PLO was a leftist organization. They were a leftist. I mean, you're also aware of the fact that Mandela he wouldn't have described himself as a Zionist, but he fits that definition in the original sense of the word.
And that is
wait.
Denigrating.
Oh, wait. What's your definition of Zionist?
My definition of if like you're going obviously off the like very like reductive.
The original definition of the word is what
who believes that like Israel should exist.
The original definition of the word. That's what you know colloquially now.
That's not the original definition of the word.
Of course it is. What do you mean? It means the Zionist project was about establishing a sovereign country for Jewish people to have the right to like self-determination.
It was colonial from the very start. Like fucking what's his name? The godfather of the whole thing. I'm sure you know his name.
It escapes me, but I mean, like a lot of the original Zionists, you know, were leftists, right? Like they were socialists.
Personally, I like yes, they definitely were socialists, but I think that true leftism involves like human rights, and they were not like concerned with human rights.
Well, let me ask you: do you think that Jewish people had a rational reason to want their own country at the turn of the 19th century and into the 20th century?
I don't think that they had a right to.
No. That's not what I mean. That wasn't my question though. My question is, do you think that they had a rational desire to have their own country?
I think that the kind of like yearning for something like that, it's understandable.
Okay.
However, I don't think, like, at the end of the day, rational, I wouldn't put it that way, because I think that unless they found some sort of area that was uninhabited and, you know, they didn't have to go.
Well, they were negotiating with like the British.
Then it was going, it was set up to fail from the beginning because of the fact.
I think you're right about that.
In that area.
I mean, I think you're right about that. But I'm just trying to get at.
I can't look at that as being like rational. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they were engaged. They were negotiating with. They were negotiating with Arab landowners. They were purchasing land. They were negotiating with the British. I mean, the British were promising them, because Palestine at that time was British territory, and the British were telling them, like, you know, hey, listen, we'll set you up over there. And like, I'm just saying, like, if you were a European Jew in 1946 and you're being told, like, hey, the British are, you know, allowing massive immigration to, you know, potentially establish a country here, like, you would have gotten on that boat. 100%.
From the very beginning of Zionism, and again, like, I feel like I should just throw this out here. I assume you know, no, I'm sure you know that this is where I'm coming from, but just for your audience and any bad actors that like might, you know, clip me, Zionism is completely separate from Judaism. Like, you know, these are two entirely different things. One is a political system that is built on colonialism and is dependent on
and rational fear. And rational fear. I mean, come on. I mean, like 6 million Jews died. You know, like it was an entirely irrational fear that these people felt totally unsafe in Europe. And, you know, if you were offered that same thing back then, you would have got on that boat. I'm not saying everything that followed was like justified or good. You know, obviously I mean, I think you're right. I think it was set up to be this cauldron. And I blame the British, honestly, more than anybody else. But this idea that it was founded on this like settler colonial, like ethno supremacist project, to me, I think just ignores the very real like persecution, murder. That's
exactly what it was from the beginning. They like before long before World War II or the Holocaust was ever in the picture. That's how it was.
Because they were being persecuted in Europe.
Vladimir Jabotinsky, who were saying things like, we have to get rid of all of these Palestinians because they're going to resist.
Yeah,
they're going.
I mean, look, I told you, I think the project itself was always going to be the outcome, and I put most of that blame on the British, because they were making promises to both sides. Like the British were they were fanning the flames of pan-Arab nationalism in the wake of World War I. And so they were instilling, like, you know, that was one of the ways that they got a lot of Arab states to fight alongside them to take on like the Ottomans. And they were also making promises to Jewish people in Europe that, you know, they would allow like massive immigration and like potentially allow a state there. And so, you know, but we were talking about the fact that like if you don't like the word Zionist, fine. But there's a clip of Mandela in 1996 addressing the fact that the fact that Israel was occupying part of Lebanon and or Egypt and Syria at the time, the Golan Heights, and he said that Israel has a right to exist secure within its borders. He was a stalwart supporter of the PLO and the cause of Palestinian liberation for sure, but he also recognized that Israel wasn't going to go away. And so he never
he was a statesman, and he recognized the political reality of the moment. Absolutely. But
I mean, they also identified a lot with Jewish persecution. By the way, it wasn't just about like political realities. People like Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks and Mandela, like they had sympathies for victims of Jewish persecution.
Martin Luther King, that yes, he said a certain thing, but that's like kind
he said Israel was the most important democracy in the Middle East. I mean, he was like a pretty.
But that's the thing. That's the thing that there were a whole ton of things that occurred with Israel after his death.
For sure. For sure.
And there, in general, there was a huge reassessment in the Black leftist community or left-wing community of Israel, pretty much like right after he died. And the thing is, it's sort of like, to me, when people kind of speak of MLK as a Zionist, it's sort of like taking someone who, I can't think of someone.
I mean, this was well into. I mean, when did MLK get assassinated? I mean, didn't he get assassinated after the '67 war? I mean, like, there were plenty of like really.
Yes, but there was a lot. There was a lot about Israel that he did not realize was going on at the time, and it's to me, it's sort of like if you had somebody in the 90s who died before like 93, who was considered like a very just, you know, a humanitarian, a really wonderful person.
No, but I mean, but MLK certainly.
I love O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson is great.
MLK certainly endorsed the establishment of the state of Israel. Like very clearly.
The thing is that like, okay, I actually have some notes here because I thought maybe we might get into this. I did see that like you had kind of mentioned him in these contexts. So first of all, one thing that he was noted as saying is that colonialism and segregation are nearly synonymous, because their common end is economic exploitation, political domination, and the debasing of human personality. Mm-hmm. Now, it was a colonial project at the point that he was alive, but he just didn't realize it. If he had realized...
Wait, no, come on.
No, it was, though. It was a colonial project.
No, but I mean, he knew what happened in 1948 in terms of like the establishment of the state and the previous decades of massive Jewish immigration. I mean, he supported Israel having their own country in that region. Like
he thought that there was an actual democracy going on there, and there wasn't. He's also
well, in Israel there was, right?
Not for Palestinians. Like I don't think of democracy as being democracy if you're excluding huge groups of people.
Are you talking about Palestinians in Israel proper, or are you talking about Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza?
I'm talking about like, yes, there were some Palestinians there that were allowed to like live.
There were a lot.
They were treated. They were
treated
horribly. They continue to be. But he also said, just to kind of in terms of he said, I don't have any faith in whites in power responding in the right way. They'll treat us like they did our Japanese brothers and sisters in World War II. They'll throw us into concentration camps and blah, 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 blah. I'm sure that's not surprising to hear, but the point is that he did not realize the extent to which
he was a pretty smart guy. I mean,
segregated there.
You don't think he was a pretty smart guy, MLK? You don't think he was aware of like the dynamics?
A lot of the dynamics were not like out in the open. There were a lot of aspects of the way that the Israel project was functioning that most people didn't know about at the time, and it started coming out again like more after MLK was assassinated.
Things escalated. They started escalating like internally, like after he died. You know, I mean, they had already been pretty like incendiary, the conditions there, but you know, The emergence of the like I feel like you're having trouble wrapping your head around the idea that he could simultaneously support the establishment of the state of Israel in that particular region and also like and also advocate for dispossessed Palestinians. Like I
can see why you'd think that, but really,
no. But that's what he said, though. I think that because that's what he said.
In the fact that when I read his statements about Israel, his positive statements about Israel, I'm not denying that he made them. He is characterizing Israel in a way that was not true to what was going on at the time. And I by no means think he was lying. I think he just, I don't think he would lie. I don't think he was that kind of person. So just by like process of elimination, I come to the conclusion that he did not know how everything happened to be working. And to the extent of all of that. So and that's like honestly.
Well, let's switch gears a little bit. Let's switch gears a little bit.
Well,
like obviously we disagree about MLK and Mandela. I mean, I think they're pretty clear about the things that they said. You seem to think that there's some hidden subtext there, or.
But well, this is the thing. Okay, it's like. And here's kind of like maybe the big, like when I responded to you, it was in response to
talking about terrorism.
Yeah. And basically you had posted a definition of terrorism, which many people, like that's a sort of like a word with not wiggle room is the right way to put it.
I mean, most people think about terrorism as targeting civilians. That's what most people assume. Like colloquially, that's what people assume.
That is not, but that is not true because the ANC. If you like, one thing that I have been doing a lot of lately, I'm hoping that down the line I can make a good video about this, but we'll see because I have a lot on my plate. But basically, I watch a lot of, as much as I can find, it's hard to get, but propaganda made by like South Africa. I mean, I'm talking about the, not the ANC, but the Afrikaners that were basically anti-ANC. And if you look at that stuff, if you look at things that like Reagan was saying about the ANC at the time, and really just anyone who was vaguely opposed to it, they absolutely referred to the ANC
right, both of those
as terrorists. And so terrorism is this like malleable word that a lot of people use to describe what they like. It's a way to, sometimes terrorists are legitimately like what we
would you
like,
call Hamas terrorists? Would you call Hamas terrorists? Would you call Hamas terrorists?
I think Hamas is a group that has engaged in terrorist activities. I think definitely like I would not have a problem.
I would argue it's baked into their tactics.
To a lot of what happened on October 7th as fundamentally terrorism, but I do not think of them overall as a terrorist group.
Really?
What's that?
Really? I mean, what, like firing rockets indiscriminately into Israeli civilian like where like homes are?
I mean, they are just like what else do you like? They are they have very limited means in terms of like the ways that they can resist.
So they had to try to decapitate a Thai foreign student with a garden hoe.
Why are you holding them to a standard like they are in a
so they had to murder 300 people at a rave?
They are inside this like.
So they had to murder 300 people at a rave? They had no other choice? They had to murder 300 people at a rave?
I already said that I think that I regard that as being terrorist activity.
Okay. We agree.
It definitely, but that like the reason why any of that occurred to begin with was because of just like that. None of that would have happened if the Palestinian people hadn't been treated like absolute trash for years, and that's the thing.
I think you're right about that, but also
the reason why I have a problem with the way that you speak about like the ANC and whatnot is because it almost presupposes like, you know, you have to do this. You like because you didn't do this, you deserve what's happening to you. And you.
I never said anything. I never said anything close.
Well, I'm saying a lot of people may.
I don't care. I didn't say that. I understand that people are so ideologically dogmatic that they draw these totally unreasonable inferences from the things that I say. That's not my problem. That's the problem I'm addressing when I talk about this stuff. I think it's crazy to say that I think that every Palestinian person that died since October 7th had it coming. I've never said that.
I would be surprised if you said that. But I think that because if you look at your feed, the overwhelming majority, or maybe like at least,
it's because I interact with left-wingers more than I interact with MAGA. That's why. It's a proximity thing. Like, I don't think I'm morally obligated to tweet a certain percentage of the time about this issue and then that issue and then this issue and then that issue. I don't think that I don't think that's a silly way to judge someone's morals.
Well, I agree with you to like an extent there. Like it is definitely like, what am I trying to say? Like, I understand responding to people like.
I think there's a toxic element in the left-wing space.
Okay.
Really toxic element.
Explanation is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But there's so many. I mean, like, I've seen you. Like, I'm trying to think of some examples. I've seen you. Like, maybe not full on defend, but like, yeah, kind of defend the attack of hospitals, saying that like kind of like making. Like basically doing apologetics for Ethan when he was talking about like the do you know the like specifically what I'm talking about? Because
there was a clip going around where I mentioned nothing about any particular Israeli strike. I was watching a debate between Hasan and Ethan, and Hasan said something at some point. He said something like, they're bombing hospitals, which is a war crime. And I think what I said at the time was, no, it's not. What I should have said is, it's not inherently a war crime. And I think that's where people got hung up. But my point was that in Article 18 and 19 of the Geneva Convention, they describe when a building like a hospital loses its protected status. So it is the case. It's just, this is just what international law says. It wasn't me. It wasn't me saying, I think Israel has every single bomb they've ever dropped on every hospital has been justified. I am highly skeptical that that's the case.
That they've dropped on a hospital that has been justified.
How do you know that?
Because they've never substantiated any of their claims of like of these things, and like they lie up the ass.
So when when Hamas says that, when they openly say that they've built 300 to 400 miles of tunnels underneath Gaza, you don't think that
they have never said that like, yes, they obviously have built tunnels. They've never said 300 to 400 miles.
They absolutely have. Here, I'll bring it up. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
I mean, if they've said that, that's still like they're lying, because that's like more tunnels than like exist in the New York subway system, and they're just kind of like if they did say it, fine. But I mean, like, that was used.
I'll send you
in Vietnam. Like in Vietnam, they have
an article here,
like,
but
like there's not anything like that's just the way that resistance fighting is done.
Wait, no, hold on, no. If you put military, like healthy military age men, if you house them in a hospital, or if you store weapons in a hospital, or if you launch attacks from a hospital, that is a war crime. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but you don't have the fucking right to bomb that hospital. Are you fucking kidding me? All those civilians there to get to a tunnel, which you'd have to use like in 6,000-pound bunker busters to like get at? Like, give me a break. They've never found, like, the only time that they have ever like published images of supposed munitions that were being kept there. It was a really paltry amount. And just like they've never, like, they've made huge claims, like they had that like ridiculous CGI like thing that looked like it was out of
Yeah, I remember.
Joe.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, like which was nonsense. There was nothing there of the sort underneath.
No, they did find munitions in that. They invited the press in and showed that they did find munitions. They found that Hamas was storing weapons there.
Was that when they like found that I mean, first of all, like I think that there was something suspicious about that. Like I think I remember like there being like
you do this thing where it's like that doesn't sound like the Hamas I know. The Hamas I know, they would never store weapons in a hospital. And I just like
I think it would be actually like perfectly fine for like a like a Hamas for someone from Hamas to like put like a small amount of munitions
in a hospital
in like random places. I mean,
underneath a civilian, like there's been like eyewitness testimonials from Palestinians in Gaza who had Hamas show up at their house and build an underground bunker under their home. Like
I don't know about that. Like I'd have to like review that. I'm saying that.
But where's your skeptic? Where does the skepticism come from?
But first of all, I want to backtrack a second.
Okay.
I think when I said that like I would be fine with them. I actually I didn't mean that. What I mean is that like they. Obviously, by the nature of the like the fact that they are like what would you call it? Is it guerrilla warfare technically? If it's in a like a city setting, I just mean that they.
Yes, yeah, but it is. I mean, you acknowledge it is a war crime to store weapons in a hospital, right? And that would be a good rule to have, right? Because you don't want governments or militaries.
But Hutch, there has never been like the only images that we have ever seen of supposed munitions that were stored in. It has been just a very small amount of weaponry. That amount of weaponry does not justify the like. Just the insane amount of violence that they have perpetrated on all these hospitals.
I agree with you. I just want to say that I agree with you. I am not defending the totality of everything that Israel has done. I think clearly they have a wanton disregard for civilian death. I don't think anybody rational would dispute that. The footage yesterday was horrifying, like a 3-year-old crawling out of a building that's on fire. It's just unthinkable kind of like death and destruction. The point of the clip that you're responding to about me talking about hospitals, I was talking about international law in a general sense. And I said that on the stream. I said I'm not this is not me co-signing everything that Israel has done. However, if someone stores munitions or soldiers or launches attacks from a hospital and then the hospital gets bombed, it's the people who stored the munitions that did the war crime in that spot, not the people who dropped the bomb.
There would have to be an extreme amount of munitions stored, and
this is called proportion. This is called proportionality. This is where
there's so many doctors. Like if you don't like believe the doctors who like basically were born in Gaza and happen to work at these hospitals, there are so many other, like I'm sure doctors who come in from other countries and whatnot.
Yeah.
There's not been a single doctor who has worked in any of these hospitals who has ever said anything to the effect of there is something even remotely fishy going on here.
Well, I mean, Amnesty International, I think back in 2014, they reported on Hamas
that was back in 2014. That was back in 2014, not now. And also,
it's
one thing, and also it's one thing to have you have to, if there is a huge bunker with like tons of like a nuke or something, then like maybe you're talking, but like the amount of of just munitions and just all that stuff.
You're talking about proportionality. You're talking about
where like bombing a hospital has been justified.
Well, I think you're assuming that. I think you're assuming that.
Show me the evidence. Then there's no like compelling evidence. I look for it, and there's like, and then on top of that, like we know that Israel just lies up the ass with this stuff. They have fabricated evidence when it comes to things going on in hospitals.
I mean, we also know, like, here, I think like the difference between you and me is like when I look at the things that Israel does, it horrifies me. And I also look at how Hamas has contributed to these horrible circumstances for Palestinians living in Gaza, and that pisses me off too. When I look at that, I think these people would be so much better off if they were not ruled by this group. You know, they had one election. They had one election in 2004. Then they got into an all-out civil war with PLO. They pushed the PA. They pushed the PA out of power and just usurped all authority. And they haven't had elections since. And it's just, I think they've been a disaster for Palestinians. And like what I question is, how come people like you don't have like any smoke? You always want to contextualize everything and understand. Well, like we need to understand why they're doing the things. Fine, fair, that's good. Yes, we should understand. Also, this is a group of religious extremists who you would never in a million years volunteer to live under their government.
Dude, I don't waste my time. I mean, like we know that in like everywhere from the like indigenous Americans to like slave revolts to all sorts of things. There have been like these situations breed desperation, obviously, and horrible violence is perpetrated.
They torture dissidents
by the people.
They torture political. Hamas tortures political dissidents. Wait, Vadim, they torture political dissidents. They will torture you if you speak out.
They did that. What the do you think the necklacing was? That was like the main thing that they did. The IRA, the reason why they call that band is called Kneecap is because they would shoot people that they thought were like, you know, collaborators.
Again, if we're going back to the
and that's the thing. This is the reason why I brought up that ANC. The propaganda that I was telling you about is because the way that people always, and by people, I mean people who are fundamentally against like liberation or groups, the way that they always frame them is as like horrible terrorists. And there are a million things that like...
Would you want to live with Hamas as your government?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, then you understand what I'm getting at.
But you're not.
These are not people interested in the type of liberation that you're talking about. That's not liberation.
No. I'm just realistic about the fact that in desperate circumstances, the people that are going to like be there for you are not like for instance, in World War II, what our like one of our biggest allies was Russia. They were a horrible like, you know, government at the time. They were responsible for tons of deaths and shit. You know, I mean, it was like one of the worst regimes that they've had over the course of their entire existence.
We were fighting fascism and Nazism. I mean, that's a very different thing than what we're seeing in Israel. Wouldn't you agree?
Israel is fascism, and Israel
you would compare it to the Third Reich.
What?
You would compare it to the Third Reich? Hitler had aspirations to take over the entirety of Europe.
Like we have at this point we have polls that basically like recent polls that put like I think as much as like 47% of the Israeli population are okay with just killing all of the Palestinians once certain like areas
I would be curious to see that, because I think recent polls show that most Israelis favor an end to the conflict. I don't know what poll you're looking at.
It was just published in Haaretz the other day.
Yeah, and like listen, like after 9/11, like I'm sure we would have seen a crazy amount of people in this country that would have been in favor of literally just nuking the entire Middle East. I mean, I'm not saying that this is like, I'm saying like after a country experiences the kind of attack like they do on October, like this is me contextualizing something, right? Like you want to contextualize everything.
They are
are
absolutely f***ing bloodthirsty.
But would you compare it to the Third Reich? Would you say that they're comparable to Nazi Germany or fascist Italy or Imperial Japan? Is Lebanon at risk? Is Lebanon at risk for a similar kind of event as like the Nanking, like right now?
I can't answer that. When it comes to what is happening in Gaza, and also to a certain degree what is happening, what is starting to get, I mean, it's been going on for decades, but like we're starting to see dominoes fall in the West Bank as well, and just the level of like just the obliteration, just how they like. I mean, that they're completely like what's the word? Ethnically cleansing the entire area right now. There's been like just you have.
I voted for the person that wanted a two-state solution, not like this guy that wants to annex the entire region. I'm against ethnic cleansing. I just want to be on the record and saying that.
We're never going to like that. I mean, like I would be in theory all for a two-state solution if that was achievable, but it just hasn't been for like over 20 years, and I mean, longer than that, or a lot longer than that. What's that? Yeah, a lot longer than that. Like, we're talking about 75 plus years of. Well, no, I'm talking about due to like the amount of settlements that have been like.
Sure, yeah, I understand. Yeah. So, can I ask you, do you think that Palestinians in Gaza would be better off now if instead Hamas had never won that election and taken power? Do you think maybe they'd be better off now?
I think that there's a good chance that down the line, they would have suffered this fate. But again, like you could say the same thing about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. You could say like, because you probably know that ended with all of them being exterminated. They basically like sealed the whole area off, and just about everybody got slaughtered inside of it. Do you agree?
Let me phrase it in a different way. Let me phrase it in a different way. Do you agree that Hamas knew that Israel's reaction was going to be catastrophic?
I do not think that they thought it was going to be like this. No one could have predicted this. Yes, they thought it was, but they went in to capture capture hostages in order to barter. Like they
took babies. They took babies.
What's that?
They took babies.
Yeah, they took babies. I mean, like that sucks. Like I don't sign off on that, but like Israel kills babies all the time. I mean, it's just like they took two babies. And that is that's a war crime. That is really awful. But again,
did the PLO kidnap babies? Did the PLO did the ANC kidnap babies?
The ANC was responsible for child deaths. I don't think they kidnapped babies. But like again, maybe we didn't kind of properly pursue this. But one reason why it's ridiculous to kind of like it's funny that you hold the Hamas or other liberation organizations to the ANC's actions when the ANC there were just so many things circumstantially that were different. Do you actually think that if they did not achieve, if apartheid did not fall and things continued getting worse and worse over time, and they were moved gradually into like smaller and smaller Bantustans, do you actually think that the ANC and someone like even Mandela would not be like okay with whatever sort of resistance they could achieve? Like it's
I don't think Mandela would have been okay with like trying to decapitate foreign students with a garden hoe while live streaming it and murdering 300 people at a rave and kidnapping babies. I don't think Mandela would have ever gotten to a point where he would have thought that that was like an acceptable form of liberation or resistance, whatever. I don't.
You're doing the same exact. That's why I keep on going back to the propaganda. You're doing the same thing that people did to the ANC back in the day.
No, I'm saying Hamas is worse than the ANC. That's the difference. I'm saying Hamas is just so much worse than the ANC. I don't think Hamas is interested in the kind of.
But it doesn't matter because that's.
Of course it matters. Of course it matters.
No, it doesn't matter from the terms from the point of view of how like destructive it was. Like back in the day, people who were criticizing like Reagan and of course the white government that was in that was in charge in South Africa at the time. I forget their name, and countless others. They referred to like they made them out to be bloodthirsty savages. They pointed out so many of the things that we point out today, like their use of like children in warfare.
There's no question that the ANC and Hamas just operate on completely different frequencies. Like the leaders of Hamas regularly talk about civilian deaths as like glorious martyrs in their struggle. Like they take their violence to a level that the ANC, despite everything you're saying, you're not painting an accurate picture of like the comparison between these two organizations could not be more like contrasted. The
only difference is just the circumstances that they are in. If the ANC was or any like resistance group that you do respect, if they were in certain circumstances, they would do what they need to in order to kind of resist, and they could very well end up doing things that were horrible, and that's not and those things should be punished. Those things should not be overlooked. But you don't like I don't sit around wasting time saying like, oh, those Native Americans really things up for themselves by like children and women. Like too bad for them that they engaged in that stuff because they could still be alive right now. Like it's just like people will do what they do when they are desperate and they are pushed to it. You would too.
I don't think that we should hand wave an organization like Hamas radicalizing people in desperate circumstances with extreme religious ideology. I don't think that that's like something that we should just ignore.
I am fine with them being like, I've always said that I think that they should be just like Israel should be taken to The Hague. They should too, and they should be asked to.
All right, we agree then.
So yeah, but the thing is that you spend all this time on the internet. The majority of your just like your input on this matter is putting like both Hamas and Hezbollah, other groups in their place way more than you're ever like acknowledging like just the extent to which Israel is completely fucked up. I mean, it just took you until very recently to like somewhat acknowledge that there's been a genocide. And
this would be like me if I went to your feed and I looked up climate change and I only saw like 2 posts. Well, climate change poses an existential threat to the entire world. Like, I think it's irresponsible for you if you have a platform to not speak more about climate change.
it would only be like that if what I was doing was basically like spreading what's the word? Just like misinformation about climate change.
What misinformation have I posted?
And I was either misinformation or
what misinformation have I posted?
What's that?
What misinformation have I posted?
Well, misinformation or maybe misinformation. You probably have. I don't, but I don't have the ability to. I don't think I have examples here. But I'll change the
misinformation implies that I would be deliberately lying about something.
Yeah. So I'll amend what I was trying to say here. It would only be like that if I was spending my time putting like basically with what's her name, Greta Thunberg or somebody, like basically trying to, what's the word when you're like trying to manage people's like actions, like tone policing.
Like tone police, yeah.
If I was saying something like the climate movement is just so just like they're just sorry, I need some water.
I mean, I would say that stuff like, you know, when people like throw paint on paintings or whatever, I think that's stupid advocacy. I probably have tweeted about that.
There are people out there who like say that they're, and I'm totally not saying you do this, but there are people out there who lie and say that they are pro, that they support efforts to address climate change, but they
can I
their time.
I understand what you're saying
about stuff like that. So if
I understand what you're saying,
then it would be the same. Okay.
Can I explain why I spar so much with these people? And maybe sure. It would help you understand. I believe that the threat of fascism in the United States is real. And when I say fascism, I understand that things are bad now, but things are not nearly as bad as they could be. I mean, we could, if the stars...
We are on the same page, 1,000%.
Great.
And I think, but I will say this, okay?
So but hold on, let me finish.
I want you to know this.
Let me finish.
I just want you to know that I think you're very sincere about this particular issue. And so go on.
Okay, so as such, when I envision a Third Reich adjacent, and I mean like fully Third Reich adjacent movement in the United States, I'm talking about like, this is like the end of the world, you know, like, so I think the stakes are literally that high when we have nuclear weapons and we have people like Donald Trump ascending to power. You know, these are very real concerns that I have. And so as such, I believe that the opposition to that party needs to be disciplined in its messaging, needs to be effective. And when I look at a lot of these left-wing creators that have like dominated the left-wing space for years now with like crazy rhetoric, I see these people as really toxic. I see these people as turning people off from the only opposition party that can actually prevent the kind of dystopian nightmare that I'm talking about. So like the Democratic Party is not perfect, but they are the opposition party that can stop the Republican Party. And when I see lefties spending 90% of their time shitting on Democrats and blaming Democrats when Republicans do shit, like the permanent extension of the child tax credit was on the table. Every single Republican voted against it, along with Joe Manchin. That's 50 Republicans who voted against making this tax cut permanent, and one Democrat serving in West Virginia. And what was all the lefties were talking about for like weeks? They were talking about how shitty the Democratic Party is. Like, there are many such cases of this happening. It's like their entire framework is all about just shitting on the Democratic Party with all of its imperfections or whatever, with a lot of critiques that I find to be fucking absurd. And so I think it's important for like more reasonable people to step in and challenge these ideas. And so like that's what I focus on, because I think they are hurting their own cause, and they're certainly hurting the anti-fascist cause.
Well, I certainly think that you are more earnest than and intelligent than the person that I'm about to bring up. but what you have to say somewhat reminds me of things that Shoe on Head would say when she was kind of doing more of her, like basically trying to appeal to the left. She did it in a different way, but she basically like would always say things that were similar to what you're saying.
She appeals to the right, though. She obviously is cultivating a right-wing audience. I do not try to. I fight with MAGA constantly. Okay, I've critiqued her videos on my stream and caught a ton of flack because she reacted to it or whatever. Like
you do. You are more.
Don't put me in the same camp as like Anna Kasparian and Shoe on Head. Like I loathe those people.
Oh, good. I'm glad that we're both on the same. Like I don't think you are. I saw your discussion with. Actually, I guess this isn't relevant. I was about to start talking about the crystal ball thing. I saw it on the Vanguard rather than you covering it just earlier. But also, like, I don't know if you even recall, like, there were like 2 or 3 times that you and I were on the same hippy dippy debate panel thingy.
Yeah. Things have changed.
I have heard you. I mean, this is one reason why
things have changed.
What's that?
Things have changed. Like since back in 2018, things have changed.
Things have changed a great deal. But I guess I bring it up because, you struck like. Also, I don't. You do remember that before we ever like argued about anything. This is my 3rd time here.
Yeah, you did a Tim Pool video and we talked about it, and
yeah, good. So you remember that. And basically, what I'm saying is that like one of the reasons why I like have come to visit you a second time and maybe even a third. I feel like we could have another productive conversation is because I think you're a very skilled speaker. I think you've got passion. I think you look at this stuff and I think you do care. But at the same time, I think that to speak to what you were saying before, I think that you are often making an enemy of people and like
these people hate me, bro. Yeah, these people have hated me for years. Okay. Sure. I tried, believe me, chat. You long-term viewers, they'll back me up. I genuinely tried to build bridges with people like to my left, with people like Hasan and Mike, and they will inevitably like rip anyone to shreds who doesn't toe their like line of orthodoxy. Like they will rip you to shreds. And so after so many bad experiences with these people, I've finally come to the conclusion I don't want to build coalitions with these people. In fact, I think we should actively avoid these people. We should push them out of the movement. We should signal to the rest of the country that these people have nothing to do with the Democratic Party. We don't want them in this coalition. Yeah, I'm at that point. They're so destructive and corrosive to the discourse.
Yeah, I definitely disagree with you on that for a whole variety of reasons. I mean, it depends on the person. Specifically Hasan. Not that I'm like some sort of.
He refused to endorse Kamala.
Like what he's doing, but
he refused to endorse Kamala, and he had to be dragged kicking and screaming by Ethan to finally admit that he voted for Kamala. For an election with this high stakes, for him to not endorse Kamala is insane. Like with the prospect of Trump.
Dude, a couple of things. One, he interviewed lots of candidates that he thought were genuinely worth people's time, and he also, if you watch his stuff, he was always making it incredibly clear that Trump was 20,000 times worse than Kamala. And, the fact of the matter is,
I think him rolling his eyes.
This is the first time that I would ever say this within an election, with the conviction that I do. I did vote for her, and I told people to vote for her. I was not shy about that myself, but there is a huge segment of the population that was completely not just but just betrayed by Kamala and really Biden, but to a smaller degree, Kamala not having anyone from at the DNC, not the DNC,
that was the DNC. So you're talking about. Can we unpack that for a second? Because the uncommitted movement showed up with the intention. They were signaling, they were like doing online flyers saying there's going to be 10,000 people there protesting for Kamala, and then like 500 people showed up. And so like they had originally billed themselves, they wanted to be agitators on the level of the 68 convention, which was chaos for the party. And like 500 people showed up, or like 200 people showed up. It was like a paltry amount. And then after that, they went to Kamala and they're like, can we get a speaking slot? Like, come on. Like, dude, if you're Kamala in that spot, are you going to be like...
They absolutely... That was such a... just from the point of view of like purely... like they fucked themselves by not having that representation there. Like it... there were... I mean, you know that the... now that the... Sorry, I'm like starting to get a little cracked out because I haven't eaten. But the election, you know that the election, that was like one of the, big things that kind of turned it in Trump's favor, and they did not feel spoken to. And yes, of course, I wanted every single one of those people to vote for Biden, but at the same time, when I see how much they were betrayed, I mean, especially since like we now know that Biden wasn't like actually attempting to get to Israel to do anything like
that's
just
that's the kind of rhetoric that I'm talking about that I don't think is helpful, because this idea that the Biden administration didn't do anything is just like patently false. It's just not true. Like this idea that they didn't do anything is crazy. Like the Biden administration is literally the reason why.
Far less than they were saying they were doing behind the scenes.
But this idea that they didn't do anything is just, that's the kind of rhetoric that I think led to, in part, maybe, that contributed to the outcome in November. I just don't think that rhetoric is helpful. Like Biden is the reason why humanitarian aid got into Gaza in the first place. Their administration was the reason that happened. Israel had no intention to allow humanitarian aid in, and the Biden administration insisted that they do that.
I think that you guys hinge on this whole like this idea that leftists, people like Hasan and like a few others, kind of like it's like you talk about it as though it was like the downfall of the election. And this is like the first time that I don't think if you look even on my Twitter feed, you'll see something like this, but I've thought this since before the election results came out. I thought there was a good chance we were going to lose. And like, it's just as easy for us to say, like, you guys were the ones who fucked it up by not actually doing what, like taking the measures that needed to be taken when in this whole genocide that has been taking place.
I'm not saying that
I'm not like trying to throw this back at you, but I'm just saying that like that's the way that I think there's an excellent case to be made that if the certain things were done differently, that absolutely should have been on Biden's part, that he, Kamala would have won it. So it's just like, I don't know. It's just like I think it's a waste of time to kind of assign blame like that, especially like when.
Wait, no, I just want to clarify.
You guys are so culpable as well.
I'm not. I want to clarify here. I have never entirely blamed the left on the election. In 2016, yeah, I blame them. Like that. There's just a different. The margins were tighter. The circumstances were different. Yeah, I think the Bernie or bust, like these type of like dirtbag lefty people f***ed us. They f***ed the entire country. But the Trump's win in 2024, the margins were a bit bigger, and so you can't blame one particular thing or the other. I'm just saying it couldn't have hurt. It couldn't have hurt to have the largest left-wing streamer on Twitch take a firm stance instead of this cowardly audience-captured nonsense. He personally voted for Kamala.
I don't think it was anything.
He knew that if he endorsed Kamala, his own audience would have ripped him to shreds. He knew that for sure. And I'm fully confident that that's the reason why he didn't do it. And to me,
I'm
that's
not a
like
mind
putting.
reader, and I genuinely think that that it was more about that he felt like in his heart that was just.
He voted for her.
He too felt.
He voted for her.
Yes. He voted for her, but at the same time, I think that he just like recognized the like that like. I don't know. You know what? I don't want to speak on his behalf. It's not my place.
Let me give you another example of a way that I think Hasan is like bad for left-wing politics. So like,
because one thing that I want to throw out there real quick is that you have heaped a lot of praise on Ethan's video about Hasan, and that video is filled with like a billion like bits of misinformation and you know, so like I think
Ethan, I think Ethan, for someone who does not consume politics at the level that Hasan does, made Hasan look extremely silly in their debate.
Yeah, but not based on facts. Well, you know what? We'll resume that conversation another time because that's a whole thing. But go on. What were you about to say?
I mean, you don't think that Hasan saying that Arab Israeli Jews could go back to Iraq was unbelievably silly?
Oh wait, you're talking about
in their debate. In their debate.
The debate.
Yeah. That is a profoundly silly thing to say.
Hear that? Like I would have to like really be reminded of the context and see it. Like
they were talking about the Jewish exodus from the neighboring Arab states concurrently after the Nakba happened. You know, this is a process that took place over the course of decades, right? It's not like a singular event. But it is the case that Jewish people faced abject anti-Semitism in the neighboring Arab states and found refuge in Israel. And like it was like pulling teeth trying to get Hasan to acknowledge this, to acknowledge that trauma.
What Hasan was trying to do over the course of that conversation is that what I do remember, like I don't remember that specific Iraq statement, but I actually like have a post on Twitter about all of this because it was really funny, or if you want to call it that. Basically, like Ethan, he played footage from Avi Schleim, right? Who is this?
Yeah, I've seen this critique. Yeah,
right. And basically, the entire time he was just trying to inject the other aspect of Avi Schleim's argument, which kind of discusses how.
But Ethan was not justified.
The Nakba contributed to the way in which it contributed to that, and Ethan actually like Hasan was trying to communicate two major things in that the entire time, and they were in the interview that. He was pulling from with Avi Schleim in the same exact interview, and he didn't, you know, like I don't know if.
But Ethan was never I think one of the things that you guys struggle with is that Ethan was not suggesting that everything that happened during the Nakba was justified. His point was generally that you guys are so eager to contextualize violence on one side and attribute it to trauma. And there's no similar effort whatsoever to contextualize like anti-Jewish violence or anti-Jewish persecution and like dig into their reasons.
But that's not true because again, the information that Hasan was trying to inject into the discussion, which you know, he was basically trying to fill out what Avi Schleim has to say about all of that. It contains the acknowledgement of the trauma that they went through that, but it kind of like puts it into perspective. It kind of, I mean, I can show you I'm looking for.
What's your big disagreement? What's your top-down disagreement with Ethan? Like, what do you actually disagree about?
I mean, first of all, Ethan was someone who I really dug for an extremely long time. He's been really nice to me, by the way. Like he tweeted out a few of my videos, which was really cool. Like he really didn't do that. very often with other people, and I found that like to be like super flattering. So I've never come at a place of like, I think,
Sure.
I may like if you look at my posts about him on Twitter, I will I could see how somebody could look at them and be like, what the f- are you talking about?
No, I'm not even familiar with all that. I just want to know, like, from a top level perspective, what are the big things that you disagree about?
It's about, hold on, I actually I'm looking because I thought this might come up. And again, this whole conversation is something that I think that like I would love to talk to you about like more in depth sometime. But yeah, so this is just a small list of things that I think he's done that are really reprehensible and show kind of like bad faith on his part. May not be bad faith. It might just be due to him like literally having some sort of mental illness and not like.
I hate it when you guys do that. I hate it when you guys do that.
I mean, I usually I hate that too, but I actually feel like by saying that I am being generous with Ethan, because I would rather this behavior be explainable through something like that than
it's because Hasan's community viciously savaged him and his wife.
No. That's
what happened.
I've come to that. If I was living in a vacuum and I like just saw purely his behavior on his show, I would come to I'm positive I would come to the same decision or
you know how this all started, right? The rift between them, like the original sin. Like it started because Second Thought. Are you familiar with him? You're familiar with him.
Yes.
Second Thought did a podcast. He has a podcast that he does called Deprogram. And shortly after October 7th, him and his podcast host said that there are no such thing as Israeli civilians. They're all targets. They're all valid military targets. And Ethan watched other people in the left-wing space like embrace that kind of rhetoric. And he was trying to get Hasan to condemn that kind of rhetoric. And Hasan, it was like pulling teeth. Hasan was doing the thing that you're kind of doing, where it's like, well, no, you kind of have to understand, like, this is the reason, and you get into these like historical context. But he wasn't making any space for the fact that like a Jewish man who is a Israeli citizen might be kind of alarmed when they see it, and like a pretty big left-wing creator, basically suggests that Ethan is a valid military target.
Yeah, he was.
That's how it started.
By a lot of things, and that's a completely natural, understandable reaction.
Okay.
But, but there are so many. I mean, like I can't speak to that specifically because, and I'd be totally, like I mentioned that this would be a good thing to talk about another time. I would totally talk about that specifically when we do.
I understand that's what started this whole thing. That's what started this whole thing.
Because I would have to like look at it more closely to like really speak about it definitively. But do you want me to give you more?
Oh, sure, yeah. Like, what is he said that you say is reprehensible?
I mean, like if you look, first of all, he's launched a lot of campaigns against.
Are you gonna say Frogan?
But both Arab and not Palestinian. Well, maybe some Palestinian.
You attack them because they're Arab.
Muslim, yeah, I think he is extremely racist.
Hang on. Frogan said leftists foam and preach at the mouth at the thought of revolution, but when it happens in the Middle East, people they clutch their pearls. That's a pretty. I mean, to that kind of reaction to 1,200 Israeli Jewish people murdered, not even just Israeli Jewish people, for her to say, guys, this is just revolution.
She tweeted that. I'm not co-signing it, but she tweeted that like literally minutes after it like she woke up right when it was happening. This is way before.
No, people knew that. No, hold on. It had already been widely reported that it was civilians that were being targeted. Like the kibbutzim were being targeted.
It was not. This was like literally within like the first 30 minutes. There was not like any I mean, according to like what she said, and also I've looked at the timestamps, and they all, it fits. But again, like these are things that I came into this conversation, like I go over my notes, and I am.
You're saying he attacked her because she's Arab, and he attacked her because she said certain things.
He has said so many things in relation to her that are so fucking Islamophobic and racist.
Like what?
And I would be, well, that's why I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm just giving you an overview of what the problem that I have with him right now, and if I knew that we were going to get way into this, I would have all of those. Like next time, I'll give you the answers to every single question you're asking right now.
This idea that he's Islamophobic is pretty wild to me.
He absolutely is. I mean, it's difficult not to be when you lean into something like Zionism, because the fact of the matter is that one, or any like political philosophy that at its heart kind of like.
He called it a genocide, like
he's
day
called it
7.
He's also gone back and forth on that so many times. He said things.
He was certainly willing to concede that Israel has been barbaric in their application of violence and subjugation against Palestinians. He's never indicated anything otherwise.
Listen. Let me just go through some other things, and I am I wish I hadn't brought this up, because again, I would be able to counter everything that you're saying if I just had.
Why did she leave the tweet up? Why did she leave the tweet up? Why wouldn't she delete that tweet?
Because the fact that she, like, you know what? I don't want to speak on her behalf. Like,
don't you think that's reprehensible, though? She's straight up glorifying killing families on the kibbutzim, and
if you really want to look at, if you really want to go through this, we can take a look at it. I will get it for you right now.
Isn't that reprehensible?
Wait, hold on. Okay, let's take a look at it. Okay. So Rogan. By the way, one thing that a lot of people think. That she posted. Commonly, when that tweet is reposted, there's a picture that accompanies it that shows like a field, and it's basically like the field where the rave took place, and it just looks like that there's no violence in it, but there's like trash everywhere, and you can tell that some like crazy shit has gone down. Someone added that to the retweet that gets put out.
Well, I'm not.
It makes it look like she was looking at that, and she posted it. So I don't know if you knew that. So I'm trying to find. I have all of these tweets. Like I have extensive notes on all this, but
why wouldn't she delete the tweet though?
But let's look at the tweet. She said something to the effect of.
Let's look at it then. Yeah. Let's look at it. I just read it word for word. It's leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. So she is obviously saying, this is what revolution looks like, and this is good. That is what she's saying, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, yes, but she said that before, what she was advocating for there. Because do you have the
look? Wait, hold on. But wait. There's more to the tweet. It's actually a thread. She replied to that own tweet by putting in quotation marks civilian deaths. Okay, still, where was this energy for Palestinians all these years? So she knew that these were civilian, the civilians were dying.
That was after exactly. Look at that. How much after? Like there's like at least there's more time that passed after that.
He posted that one at
and
12:39 p.m. Wait, hold on.
There's another one that is more clarifying, where she says something to the effect of, like, a statement that is very close to what that World War II, that Holocaust survivor said about the actions, like basically. And look, man, I feel like this is unfair, because this is, again, something that I would.
No, but you were insinuating that Ethan was attacking her because she was Arab and Muslim. Let me just ask you, if you hold on, let me just ask you a question. If you were a dual citizen, United States, Israeli, you had family in Israel, and you woke up at 4 a.m. to news that they were killing people indiscriminately on the kibbutzim. You were witness to the abject barbarity of what happened that day, and then you saw someone post that exact same tweet that Frogan said. I'm asking you, like, how would you feel? I'm trying to get you to empathize with Ethan. Like, how would you feel?
Yeah. Like, I totally understand his gut reaction there. I'm talking, when I'm saying that, like, I'm talking about, like, a prolonged, just like, he has targeted her in such a vicious way.
Have you seen her post about him?
After she has clarified things in a way that I think is very acceptable.
Have you seen her post about him? She has been viciously attacking him.
This is not, like, what's that?
He quietly unfollowed her, like, before anything. And she had a reaction. She's been viciously attacking Ethan and his wife since the start of this conflict.
He has been again. Like this is not fair to me right now, because this makes it look like I am defending things that I don't, because I don't sign off onto the way that you're putting this, but I can't, like, kind of counter, because I don't
I'm just repeating what she said word for word.
That, again, has to kind of have I promise you that if you allow me to move on, we can resume the conversation about Frogan, and there's not a single thing that I will have a problem with you bringing up to me that you brought up here. Okay, like I like.
But you guys call Ethan crazy, and you say he's just, like, lost his marbles, and his reactions are so intense. And I don't think you're considering what he was looking at when he opened up, like, Twitter and social media, and he was getting. He was getting cartoons of Hila, Palestinian kids. Like, that would affect you. You would be pissed. You would have an extreme reaction. Anybody would in that spot.
You gotta listen to me. You gotta listen to me. I told you that I gave him, so, like, around the time, I wasn't aware of everything that he had done and said, but, we used to kind of exchange messages and whatnot. I have a message where around that time I was actually applauding him for how he was reacting to everything. And the fact of the matter is that there were things that I saw him do that I thought were really cringe is probably an understatement, but that were just shitty. But I did realize kind of, like, everything, the emotional weight of having, like, a your family tied to Israel and so many things. And and then another thing that I'll say is that, like, personally in my own personal life, I had someone who is actually, like, kind of famous as well, who was publicly freaking out, just, like, saying, in my opinion, I mean, this is someone who is one of my best friends over the course of my entire life. We're no longer best friends, but he was my best friend for, like, 15, 20 years. And closer to 20. But my point is that he was really freaking out publicly, kind of, like, just saying things that, like, I saw a side of him that I had never seen before. And I don't think it existed before. Basically, like, he was not very, like, hardcore Israel back when we were very good friends. But seeing
is he Jewish?
Yes, he is. and I don't want to say who he is because this is not because I am unwilling to talk about it, but this is actually a subject that I want to discuss in a video. And I mean,
do you understand why a lot of Jewish people saw the reaction to October 7th and thought to themselves, what the
Yes, and my point is that when, especially with my other friend as a reference point, and he was really, I think you'd agree, he was doing some shitty things. In comparison, I thought wow, Ethan, even though that there are these things that he's doing right now that I think are counterproductive and in some ways sort of shitty, I think overall, for
calling attention to lefty creators that are saying this unhinged shit about October 7th, I think you would do the same thing. You would do the exact same thing.
Do the same thing, but I'm not. Look. By the way, I am not. None of this is. I mean, very little about this has to do with his initial reaction to October 7th. This has to do with just I
understand it evolved and it got more aggressive, but you understand that, for example, Hasan had to nuke his entire Discord because his Discord was saying, when I say the height of unhinged, rhetoric directed at Ethan and Hila, and it got so bad that Hasan had to nuke his own Discord. And then when Ethan brought it up to Hasan played this game where he's just well, it's just, there's so many people and there's only so much I can do. And honestly, what do you expect them to say when you're saying the things that you're saying? That to me was reprehensible because Hasan had a Jewish friend that was telling him hey, I'm seeing people are posting animations of my wife, Palestinian kids. They're calling me a genocidal war pig. They're telling me, they're accusing me of supporting war crimes. And these are people in your community. Can you do something about it? And Hasan played this fucking game when there's the footage of him asking XQC to moderate his own community. I mean, it was such bullshit. To me, when I look at that, I see Hasan making no effort to understand why Ethan was getting alarmed. It started as him just being
you're talking about a lot of things that I would be more than happy to kind of address. It's just I'm the kind of person who has to look at things freshly in order to kind of really speak to them substantially. Maybe there are some things that as I go on, because I'd like to go on and explain more things that, you asked me the problems that I have with Ethan, and I really only got to say one thing and haven't been able to say any more since.
All right, fine. But what are some other examples of you said he said reprehensible things? Can you give me more examples of that?
Well, he's called Jewish Voice for Peace, disgusting propaganda. Pretty much every single Jewish if activist who is actually fighting for, or maybe fighting isn't the right word, but is advocating for Israel. He often denigrates their Jewishness. Sometimes he just like Matt Lieb from the Bad Hasbra
that guy.
Podcast, the co-host of the Arabs podcast.
What you're telling me that he criticized people? What did they say that he criticized? That seems pretty important, because if we're going to determine if he attacked them because they're Arab or pro-Palestinian, I should at least know what the context was. I if you're telling me that Ethan attacked them because they're Arab, that I've never seen Ethan attack someone because they were Arab.
No, I'm saying that the you know that the podcast that it's called the Arabs podcast. And that one of those podcasters was Jewish, right? He's a Jewish Arab. And he basically has from the beginning talked about this guy as though he's like the Jewish equivalent of Candace Owens or something like that. And it's
I mean, I would have to look at what the guy said that Ethan was reacting to. That seems like
it was partially the hummus, the Twitch panel that they did, and
that panel is a bit crazy.
Their reaction to that, and that entire like kind of reaction to that podcast is literally one of the. It's probably the most racist thing that I have ever seen a great deal of people who ostensibly call themselves leftists engage in. Like, that was such a witch hunt. The idea that was, let alone, like, it definitely wasn't deliberately, it wasn't even mistakenly anti-Semitic, but deliberately so. That's like even more insane of an allegation. Those people.
Why'd they put Ben Shapiro on the thumbnail?
Because Ben Shapiro is like a Zionist, and he's like super pro-Israel, and he's like the last person ever.
I mean, there's a lot of Zionists, right? There's a lot of like non-Jew Zionists. Like, why'd they pick Ben Shapiro?
Because they wanted to pick someone.
Why didn't they do like Dan Bilzerian or something? Like.
I mean, is that it? Is that like your like what you're resting it on? Just the fact that they picked one. Like,
I don't know if they intended to. I mean, I don't know if they intend what they intended to be, but at the very least, I think most reasonable people would come to the conclusion that was very problematic for like obvious reasons, and to have like a.
Are you talking about beyond the thumbnail? I mean, the whole thing was. It's like such a nothing burger to get like bent out of shape over, especially when you like look at like it makes no sense. Like at the end,
well, I don't know. I mean,
overwhelming. You had like I think like 75% of the people who ended up in the bottom tier were not Jewish at all. A few, like 2 or 3 very close friends of theirs were in that same tier along with Ethan. And
could you understand possibly at a time when the rhetoric was dialed up to like 110, like why Jewish people might feel a certain way about like certain rhetoric?
Then you just remark about it, and then you act like a normal human being and listen to like.
But they weren't. No, hang on. These were not just like. This was not just you're treating this panel as though it happened in a vacuum. The context is that Ethan was being like savaged by these people's communities. They were accusing him and his wife of supporting genocide, supporting babies being bombed. They were taking it to like, do I need to bring up the fact that they called CPS on his kids and sent skulls to his house? Like, obviously,
dude, they were not. You're talking like people in general. Yes, they were doing that. But how can you like why are you tying together the Arabs podcast with all of that?
I'm talking about people's communities.
Why should they be like the scapegoat of all of that, which is exactly what they became. They like some of those people don't even, one of them just left the podcast because all of the, all of the harassment that they've received.
Now you want to talk about harassment? You have not at any point conceded that Ethan and his wife were savagely harassed.
Yes, like they've been harassed. Like they have been harassed, but they have like that is like blowback for the way that they have. I mean, like I don't sign on to any sort of harassment that they get.
Do you see what you're doing though? You're doing the same thing though. No. You want to get into the nuance when it comes to like people that you ostensibly ideologically align with. But you don't want to grant any of that nuance when it comes to people like Ethan.
The thing is that Ethan, dude, Ethan is like he is like just
a human being. He's a human being.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's acting like the biggest bully I've ever seen. Like certainly for someone who claims to be.
Why though?
Left,
why did he have that harsh reaction? You don't want to like really get into that.
It doesn't matter. His actions are irrational, and what he's doing is so destructive in a million different ways. He's going after people who, like, first of all, like, do you think that he's like, well, like, I mean, like, truthfully, you say that you like hate that conversation, but like he exhibits all this behavior that is like completely like it's just not the way that someone would act if they
went through trauma.
Yeah, everybody's going through trauma right now. Like you think that these Arab
Wait, what?
What?
I don't understand that Like, would you acknowledge that it would have been traumatic for you if you were in that spot to open up your phone and just be inundated with thousands of replies from people calling you a war criminal and a baby killer and accusing your wife of
turning into some sort of like crazy thug who just like is threatening to sue people, like nobody's left and right. He is like taken random people, like nobody's, just people who replied to him on Instagram and like shouted them out, like basically like doxed them and
he doxed people.
Yeah.
What did he dox?
That guy who told him and Gila to go to hell. Let me see.
You wouldn't use your platform to like stick up for your wife if somebody went after your wife?
Like this. Not like this.
Really?
This is, I'll show you.
Are you talking about the guy who called in a fake FBI call? Are you talking about that guy? A fraudulent FBI call?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
The guy he highlighted recently and showed his face called in put in an FBI claim on someone that Ethan interviewed. They committed a felony.
I have a whole folder of Ethan harassment, I think it's called. Okay, is this it? Ethan doxing and brigading. All right.
Brigading. You want to talk about brigading?
Yeah, we aren't going to talk about that right now because
you brought it
a video about that, and I don't really want to kind of like.
Do you think Hasan regularly brigades people?
No, not in a.
He doesn't pull up their tweets
not in the way.
He doesn't pull up their tweets on stream. He doesn't pull up their tweets on stream and engage in arguments like. He very clearly understands.
That's different. That's different than actually like pointing someone out and telling your audience.
Wait a second.
To go with people.
Hold on. You would acknowledge that Hasan is fully aware that whenever he pulls someone's tweet on stream and interacts with that tweet, he knows for sure that a huge portion of those viewers are going to hop in those comments. That is textbook brigading, and Hasan does it literally every
brigading. You like he has never like Ethan. Actually says things like go with this person, or he says like, oh, I would hate it if your mother found out what you've been up to, and
in response to what?
In response to some random ass person on Instagram telling him and Gila to go to hell. Like,
no, what if they took it further? What if they were making threats? What if they were?
That's all they did. I'm trying to find the video of this. I have the video of it, but it's kind of like explained by a third party, and I'm looking for the Ethan claims snark is doxing, forced journalists, blah, 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 Matt Lead firing. Okay, here we go. I think
it's a random dude to hundreds of thousands of viewers. And Ethan is literally going to be like, I hope your employer, look at this.
Wait, it doesn't travel around?
Yeah, I thought I tried.
I mean, it used to in like the 60s, unless there's multiple.
Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy.
No.
That's Joe?
Doesn't look anything like him.
No, it is. Here, let me show you. That's.
But what did this person say? Well, you're muted. I can't hear you. You're muted. I can't hear you. Remember. I don't know any of the context here.
Right. Well, yeah. The context is, okay, I remember. Gila posted a tattoo that was a Star of David, a blue Star of David.
You want to put it back on your camera and
Oh, sorry.
Otherwise, it's just stop streaming. Yeah. You had it a second ago. You had it. There was an option to stop streaming. Yeah,
Okay,
there
we go. Okay, so she posted a tattoo that was Star of David from the, like it was blue, and people and he just said something to the effect of like I loved watching you for so many years, but you guys have just like lost the plot. Go to hell, something like that.
I have a feeling it was a bit worse than that.
Well,
my spidey sense is tingling.
I wish I could find it. Hold on one second.
My spidey sense is tingling here. I feel like there's more to the story than just go to hell.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm sure I can find it if you're patient and I Google it. Ethan Docs Instagram. Go to hell. Okay, so here we go. All right. I will mute my microphone, but do you see this?
Ethan pulls up haters Instagram live on air and starts looking through his family friends pictures. Okay. Oh, wait, where'd it go?
Yeah. I'm just muting my mic.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
He said, man, I'm being obsessed with you guys when you only had 15K subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell. This guy's for real. Joe Coop. Look this guy up. Enjoy hell. He said, enjoy hell.
Yeah. No, I mean, they think I'm actually the devil.
I feel like this one's real. We caught you, Joe.
Wait, hold on.
Joe.
But what is the thread that they're like? The thread itself is also super relevant, right?
Strong entry. Not exactly the Esteban, but
like that person was responding to something. He left a reply on a post.
Yeah, I told you he left a reply on Hila posted a picture of her tattoo.
Oh, that's what he was responding to?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. It's a Star of David tattoo, and it was blue. So here we go.
You don't think enjoy hell is kind of extreme? Why would she go to? Why would Hila go to hell?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you have a girlfriend, wife, or
He is obviously.
Wait, switch to stop the streaming and then put it back on your camera.
Okay. Why don't I just play it and then we can talk about it?
Okay. I mean, I think I get the gist of it, but if there's more context, then.
Well, I mean, you should see like what happens here. This like is pretty involved. I'm gonna mute myself and like this is. There's no context in under which this is okay.
Well, I mean, that seems a bit extreme.
But halfway there.
He's not. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I probably blocked him. He's not showing up for me.
So this is Joe Coop. He left a message on Hila's Star David tattoo. He said, I'm glad that phase is behind me. Enjoy hell. Joe Coop said. I'll start David. Here he is. If anyone, let's see if I know, can identify him at all.
Oh, shit. That weenie truck he's in front of, that's in Dearborn.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Dearborn owns the Oscar Mayer truck?
I mean, that seems kind of unhinged to respond to.
I mean, it used to in like the 60s, unless there's multiple.
Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy.
Okay, yeah, I get the gist of it. I can see what he's doing.
No, it is.
That seems kind of unhinged to respond to her posting a Star of David and then say enjoy hell.
Dude. There's more to it. Like first of all, they doxed his address right there. I mean, not his address, but his general area by like
pulling up his public Instagram account.
That he's in Dearborn, but continue. Let's just like let it play, okay? It's hard for me to unmute the mic.
It is. Here, let me show you. That's him.
Oh.
That's him right there. Trust me, when I see an anti-Semite, I know I can spot him.
Wow. Spot him from a crowd.
That's him. So I don't know if you guys all know that, but your friend Joe here actually is a giant racist piece of shit. And like he likes to tell Jewish people they're going to hell on Instagram on his public profile. I don't know if any of you guys know him, but certainly anyone who would employ him or probably even his parents would be pretty disappointed to see that. Although who knows? Here's his mom. I'm not going to clip that for her.
Oh dear.
You know, this is what here's your mom. I wonder if she knows what you do on social media on your free time. You love your mama. Good thing she's not Jewish, eh, Joe? I love it. So anyway, best.
I'll stop it there. There's probably more crazy shit. But what the f- are you talking about, man? Like you keep
hold up real quick. That person responded to a post where she posted a Star of David.
Yes.
And he responds with calling it a, no, the person above him called it a swastika. He responds with enjoy hell.
Yeah.
Do you not see how that could be construed as anti-Semitic?
It's not though. I mean, it's not.
Could it potentially be? I mean, you don't know this person. Could it potentially be?
Any negative thing that anyone says to, like, if you just like so much as like look at Ethan wrong, he'll call you anti-Semitic. He calls like everybody anti-Semitic, and even if that's the case, dude, give me a break. Would you even if this, let's say this guy was anti-Semitic, okay? Like, there's no way to know he was. But like, just like on this like sort of evidence, immediately saying that he hates Jews, talking about how this person's parents should be like notified and maybe he should lose his job. That's what happens with these people. People like when he calls people out like this, like for instance, like he was recently feuding with Taylor Lorenz. Over some like really like ridiculous shit, and she was not feuding with him. You're
not going to bat for her, are you? You want to dive into the context about that? Like pull up I
don't want to.
Well, if you did, there's some interesting context there.
In terms of Ethan or what?
Yeah, she was like talking shit about this guy. Like he posted a whole Instagram about like the reasoning for why he was upset. So like, let me just ask you, if somebody posted underneath, like let's say a black American posted like an image of like an outfit that is like native to their home country in Africa or something like that, and then somebody underneath that post said "enjoy hell." That's kind of
is much different. That is much different. Like this is similar to the Iron Cross, right? That's been associated with, like, at this point it's like a Nazi dog whistle, right? And there are a lot of people who genuinely, religious sect or whatever you want to call it that the Iron Cross corresponds to. There are people who, like look at the Iron Cross and kind of like they like it for what it what it means to them, but most people would not get an Iron Cross tattoo because they realize that it signifies something. And the fact that she got it, she didn't even get the just the Star of David. She got it blue, which is obviously kind of it's a reference to Israel itself. So
you think this
understand.
So you think this means that she, like, for example, like supports genocide?
I think that it was just like a you. And
do you get that though? I mean, I get it. I understand that. That makes sense to me. If I had people going after me the way that they were going after her, I mean, I had at one point an enormous platform on the internet, and that is somewhat diminished in recent years. But so like, I know what it's like to get a lot of negative attention on the internet, but she was experiencing probably 20 times what I experienced at my peak. But so I can understand feeling like, fuck you. It's like, this is this.
But the thing is that Gila Klein absolutely is like spreading.
No. Can you answer that though? Can you answer that though? Wait, can you answer that though?
Like what?
I want you to answer that. Can you understand that impulse to be like, you? When you're getting
the impulse to say you, but to like drag them up on screen and then like start like trying.
No, I mean getting the tattoo. I mean getting the tattoo.
This sort of thing all the fucking time. He overreacts. He's like just. I mean, I'm so.
Every creator kind of does that, right? Like most
not to this extent. I literally have never seen.
You've never seen Hasan pull up into people's individual accounts on stream and react to them on Twitter.
Not like Ethan does.
He does it every day. He does it every day.
dude, not take a look at this, okay? This is actually like really interesting to me, and this is very indicative of the shit that I'm getting at here.
I'm just trying to get you to understand why Ethan and his wife had this reaction, because they were confronted with
and it's not
trauma.
Their reactions, dude, it doesn't justify bullying people, trying to like, he's been successful at like getting people like just to like actually like no longer be like content creators. And here, hold on a second. I wish next time we talk,
I think he's reacting to a particularly vicious element.
Okay, hold on a second.
And I think if you were in his position, you would probably react similarly. I think you would
never. Are you kidding, man? Look, you were just talking about like having a considerable audience and whatnot. I have, it's been a while since I've uploaded, but at the height of my popularity, I was pretty popular when I was doing Creationist Cat, before I was even like, you went after content creators. You went after Tim Pool for the things that he said, right? Like, Yeah, and I did it in ways that were like perfectly acceptable. He does it in ways. Here, wait, I'm gonna find this one, and this is very.
I think if you were confronted with the torrent of harassment that they got for do you agree that it's fully unhinged to accuse Ethan and Gila of like wanting Palestinian children to? Why can't I get you to just unequivocally say yes, that's unhinged?
Things like that. When someone
now you want to contextualize it. This is what I'm saying. You want to contextualize the people that are harassing him, but you don't want to give him any kind of nuance whatsoever for the way that he's reacting.
I don't know why you would say that, because
I can't get you to just unequivocally say that that's unhinged. You hedge. You struggle with it.
Dude, that I gave him, like, I'm not lying when I say that I gave him so much leeway with this. And it got to a point that was just absolutely, like, it is insane.
But why is it hard for me to get you to say that it's fully unhinged to accuse him and his wife of wanting Palestinian kids to die? Why do you do this thing where you look up in the sky and you kind of go, and you like, you just have, it's as if you physically can't.
Doing a great deal. He is doing a great deal for those who want to, who want that to be the case. So whether or not they actually like believe that, it doesn't matter. It's sort of like, what are the consequences of your actions? What are you?
You're blaming him for the harassment. You're doing what Hasan did. You're blaming him for the harassment.
I'm not.
You are. You just said a moment ago, well, what you're basically saying, well, look at the things that he said. That's why these people are saying these things.
Hold on. Give me a second. Harassment, tattoo, commenter. All right. Here is a pretty good example. Ethan did remove this, but this is an example of just like the kind of shit that he does pretty often. So,
I still can't get over that. I couldn't get you to just say, okay, yeah, that's unhinged. Why is that hard? Why is your instinct to dive into the nuance and the complexities in the context when it comes to these people who engage in fully unhinged behavior, like saying, enjoy hell under a Star of David, and telling Ethan and Gila that they want Palestinian kids to die? You can't just say like, yeah, that's fucked up, and I probably would be really upset too. You have to do all this. You do these games where you dance around it. You just don't want to acknowledge that they were harassed.
That doesn't explain the level of.
Of course, it explains it though.
Out there.
Of course, it explains it.
It doesn't justify it.
If you felt like the whole internet was after, if you had this like podcast audience and you had been introduced to this like new kind of like more left sort of like audience through the podcast with Hasan or whatever, and then basically like on a dime, they all turn against you, and you're getting thousands of messages a day with the most.
Talking about you and I were both people who have been content creators. We know people aside from Ethan that are like pretty much in the same like level of success that guy has. if other people, like everybody has their fair share of trauma and shit that they're going through, and it doesn't like if you saw another creator doing what he did, like who had like a similar level of just strife within their daily life, it would not. I would like to think that
you're generalizing. It would just depend on the context. Like if I felt like that person, if I felt like that person had a legitimate grievance with people, like thousands of people harassing them, then I'm not going to fault another creator for taking shots back at the people. You know, it's all just
this. Okay, this is very indicative of. I'm not playing a video. I'm just showing you this. This is the sort of thing that he does constantly. This woman right here posted an 8-second TikTok video. There was nothing like it was the epitome, the fucking epitome of like harmless, like it was. There's no way that you could construe it.
I want to see this video, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want to see that video. Like I want to know what he's reacting to. Like what you're
okay. You want to see the video? Fine.
Yeah. Like, does she have? Like, I want to know what she said.
She didn't say anything. Like literally the entire video. See what it says there? It says, "I really tried to give H3 and all associated drama in my past, but what do you mean he got his wife's face tattooed on his arm? Oh my God."
Mm-hmm. What else was she saying? What else was she saying?
She doesn't say anything. All she does is that she just goes like, "Oh."
He froze up.
God, and she puts her hand over her face. That's literally everything that's in the video. Now I also want to read you her, because she wrote a pretty detailed letter of what she went through after this, after she was called out by.
You want to talk about the trauma and harassment that she endured, and you don't want to touch the trauma and harassment that Hila and Ethan endured.
It doesn't.
Like that doesn't matter to you, but her trauma does.
It matters to the extent, but it's just like what you're doing here is that you're acting as though their actions are justified by what they're getting, what is being thrown at them, and it absolutely.
I understand the instinct to want to fight back when there's a massive internet pylon
about what they're experiencing. They're often.
I understand the instinct to fight back when there's a massive internet pylon. I understand that instinct. That makes sense to me. Like I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I co-sign like everything that Ethan has said, because I'm sure he's gone fully unhinged at times, and I'm sure he would benefit from logging the fuck off from time to time. But I understand the instinct when you have not just those creators themselves, but their entire audiences that are flooding your socials with the kind of crazy shit that he was and his wife were getting. I understand the instinct to want to punch back. Yeah.
Next time, that makes I of course, like as someone who has been with like I've had like
this goes beyond with. I mean, they called CPS on his kids, bro.
Yeah, I've had people who.
Can we just marinate on that for a second? Hold on. They called CPS on his children. They involved the government in his children.
Who called CPS? Who called CPS?
Do you think it was coincidence that after a certain creator that I won't even name and Denims covered this Giardia shit on their socials, that immediately after someone called CPS on them, that doesn't strike you as a very odd coincidence?
You mean the same Denims that he had to publicly do a retraction on? The one that he
That's a crazy way to put it. She withdrew her lawsuit, by the way. She withdrew her lawsuit.
Yeah, but he retracted before she did that, and he did that.
No, you're framing that so dishonestly, because he was making he was mocking her with the way that he was egging her on. He was saying, "Yes, sue me. Let's do it. Let's go." He was straight up saying that.
No. You didn't see here. Wait, you didn't see the retraction that he did. I'll show you. I'll show you that.
Everything that you're doing is on.
Find very easily.
Everything that you're doing. Wait, hold on. Everything that you're putting is on the stream right now. Just making sure you don't put any addresses or whatever.
Okay, I'm not.
Okay.
Let's see if this is. I know I have to mute this, but I just want to make sure that.
Are you really going to bat for Denims right now?
Yeah, Denims is.
Are you really defending what she did?
She didn't do anything. She watched a video.
She didn't do anything.
And
she used her platform to tell her audience that Ethan was neglecting his children.
She did not.
She absolutely did. What are you talking about? She absolutely did. What are you talking about?
If you watch, look, watch this. This completely addresses what you're talking about here. I have 2 clips, and I have to make sure which one is which.
There's something from Denim.
Okay.
I just don't know why you would deny that that's what she did. She pulled up BE's video on her stream and was talking about the dangers of Giardia, and she's smiling and laughing, and all of her chat, like people in her chat are typing CPS and you're going to bat for that? Like, this is okay behavior?
Dude, she was.
You're getting mad at Ethan for calling attention to a guy's public Instagram profile, but you have no smoke for Denims, who was basically.
Dude, stop it, because you're getting a lot of things wrong. First of all, Ethan,
I'm not. I've seen the videos.
Ethan doctored the chat. He made it seem as though every single.
He addressed that on his stream, by the way.
What?
That's not the point. It's not that everybody. She had multiple, several people in her chat that were talking about calling CPS. She did nothing to address that or discourage that. She absolutely was pushing a narrative.
This proves that you are wrong, dude. This proves that you are wrong. Okay, I have 2 clips, and maybe I'm not sure which one is which. So just give me 2 seconds. But okay. This is part 2. Okay, we're gonna watch both of them. Maybe.
I can't believe you're defending this, bro. Why did she pull up BE's? Why did she pull up BE's video? Why did she pull up BE's video talking about Giardia and neglect? Why did she watch that video on her stream?
Why wouldn't she? What?
I
don't understand.
Why wouldn't she? Because it's fucking unhinged to accuse someone of neglecting their child like that. I can't get you to acknowledge that. You're so ideologically
you're trying to get me to acknowledge things that your
that's
version
crazy.
Of what happened.
That's great. You got mad at Ethan for showing someone's public Instagram profile. And you're like, and you had,
dude, this.
I've seen the clip that you're talking about. This is not new. You can show it.
I don't think
he's mocking her.
Hold on,
mute your mic.
Stated that Denims herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denims caused others to do so. The letter also states on March 11th, I acknowledged Denims had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denims called CPS. Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay, good. I have never implied that Denims called CPS. If my statements were interpreted as stating this, I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not believe that Denims called CPS. Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid.
Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid.
Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay.
Do you understand the context of what we're watching right now?
Address the point in the letter that I claimed Denim caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denims made a direct call to action to her audience to contact CPS. Obviously, right?
Obviously, idiotic, stupid, moronic.
Wait, do you understand what he's saying?
Well, let's call CPS. He's an abuser.
I understand that this was a retraction that he was legally obligated to do.
But did you hear what he said though? Did you hear what he actually said? He said that he was clarifying that he was not accusing her of doing a direct call to action. Can you acknowledge that someone's community, you can find fault in someone's community, or you can have the position that somebody enabled that.
But he had made that claim many times.
Why did she watch BE's video? Why did she watch BE's video on
Witch Hunt?
I cannot believe that you're sticking up for that. Why did she watch BE's video?
What?
She featured.
She watched a video.
What was in that video? What was in that video? What was in that video?
A video where Ethan was saying over and over again, like I think that I have giardia, and my kid was playing around in dog feces, and like, of course he didn't say those things specifically, but he was saying that, and then like
So you think it was justified to call CPS?
Same thing to that effect.
So you think it was justified to call CPS?
No, of course not. And she said, like,
okay. So do you understand that? Do you understand that creators?
That very broadcast, like, it's stupid to call CPS. She said, like, no, don't do that.
Do you? Well, why would she watch the video? Why would she watch that video then?
Because it's an entertaining video.
An entertaining video? What do you mean? She obviously was lending credence to the video. Obviously.
The video was not saying I mean the first of all, we forgot to mention this, that when Ethan first mentioned the CPS thing, the CPS visitor told him that someone he knew had made the call. I
understand that, but you understand that anybody in either of those two's audience could have told CPS, like, oh yeah, I'm their gardener, I'm their nanny, or something like that.
I think that it is ridiculous to pin this on her. There's no evidence that she did it, that she was responsible for it. On top of that,
that's fucking crazy.
The reaction that they have, people like look at the reaction and they act as though everyone was like in some sort of moment of like just desperation, just like that they were dead serious. When that's the sort of, like, if you hear an adult talking about, like, literally, like, he and his wife and his kid possibly getting some sort of fecal-borne illness, and on top of that, the people who, like, his crew are saying, like, really, like, seriously, and he's not like saying like
you are
like the natural reaction is going to be,
oh my
like,
goodness.
if I was watching that, I'd be like, call CPS, but like totally joking around.
Oh, Vadim,
like, it's disgusting.
Vadim,
like what do you mean, oh, Vadim?
I'm trying to get you to.
Are you telling me that if you saw like
I'm trying to get you to talk. I'm trying to talk you down off this ledge that you're on, because you're
I'm not on a ledge.
Yeah, you are, bro. Do you understand that, like, when you call CPS on someone's house, you're in the system, man. Like, the government is showing up at your house, and there's this, now you're engaged in this like process to justify you having guardianship over your own children, and I can't get you to acknowledge that.
Like, I am okay with calling.
Yeah,
CPS.
I'm
saying that these.
What conclusion am I supposed to jump to if you're like, well, he was talking about, his kids having giardia on stream, so it's like people are going to be concerned about that, like.
Oh no, I'm saying people will joke around about it, like you're being like super disgusting.
The call happened. The call happened right after. The call happened right after these two creators did this stuff. It happened right after that, and you're like, well, I think it's a stretch that somebody in their community did it. Really, it's a stretch. What about the skulls? What about the skulls?
Dude.
What about the skulls? What about
one thing at a time? He blamed Hasan for this. He blamed he blamed Noah for this. Like,
they're all to blame.
A million people.
They all share the blame. I agree with him.
No, they don't.
Yes,
no,
they allowed their audiences to radicalize to such a degree where they're doing animated videos of. They did not make any serious attempt. They did not make any serious attempt to like actually moderate this stuff and push their own audience away from this rhetoric. They allowed it to like blow up into something way bigger than what it was. Like, what about the skulls? Like, can I get you to concede that sending skulls to his house was unhinged?
Sent those skulls to himself, dude.
Oh my!
I mean, like maybe somebody sent them to him, and if so, that's fucked up, stupid, and wrong. But it's like he stopped talking about that completely. It just, there's a lot of evidence that he did not.
No, there's not
any like real.
No, there's not. What do you mean? There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence they sent it to himself. This is like this.
I mean,
this reminds me of earlier in the conversation when I said like you were basically saying, well, that doesn't sound like the Hamas I know. Like you're doing the same thing, but with these like lefty like you really don't think
I'm not.
in this vast swath of like millions of left wing people that consume left wing content, you really don't think that there was somebody extreme enough to send them a skull after everything we've seen so far?
But the evidence that I have seen.
No, you want to believe that he sent it to himself because you have constructed a narrative in your mind about him.
I think that that's extremely likely. I'm not saying that is definitely the case. But
no, you want that to be true. You want that to be true because otherwise you would have to. Otherwise, you would have to acknowledge that certain communities have become so extreme.
Ethan is that much of a liar, and and on top of that, he hasn't furnished any evidence that that like to like. I feel like
any evidence. He showed the skulls, and you guys claim that he sent it to himself.
They are traceable. They had serial numbers on them.
Oh my god.
People like found them on the internet. Like it's like I think
yeah.
it's.
I think it's okay, so somebody bought skulls and sent it to his house. Like assuming, let's just assume that's true.
From skulls.com. It came straight from skulls.com.
And what did you think that somebody actually went and murdered two people and got their skulls? Like obviously they bought it online.
I'm saying that I don't think that you were saying that somebody got them and sent them. Like it wasn't sent from like somebody's house to him. It was sent directly from skulls.com.
And that makes it better?
No, it's just like what you said was incorrect.
I feel like we're nitpicking here. I mean, so I said somebody sent him skulls, and you're like, well, actually, it's technically skulls.com sent them. Well, okay, who ordered them? That's the point.
That shit is traceable, and so why, like, he should be able to get to the bottom of that.
Well, he opened up. I mean, he said that he reported it, and so I mean, I'm sure you understand that there are ways that people could like mask purchase. You could you could pay for it in a way that would be difficult to trace or something. But who knows?
Yeah,
like
maybe that's the case. But
I think what I view from you is you are just straight up jumping through hoops to acknowledge the very real trauma that I think Ethan and his wife went through. I think they were traumatized by this event, and I think that they felt targeted.
A great deal of people. They have been like just on like they spread so much toxic misinformation about Israel, and like they are like if you look at the people that they are kind of like siding with these days, it's all like 95% of it is like super right-wing people. Like he is like complimented the quartering and Keemstar, all these people that he never in a million years would ever have.
Yeah, but this is like the perfect example. This is like the perfect example of like the left like don't have you might want to pull up your camera, by the way, because I'm still on the screen here.
Okay, all right.
The left they seem to struggle with this a lot, where they like oftentimes, now I'm not saying it's just like it's justified to do like an Anna Kasparian thing or whatever, but when you pile on in the way that they piled on with just end the stream, just hit stop streaming, remember?
I'm trying to find Discord to begin with so that I can end the stream. Sorry. There we go. Hello?
Yeah. So when you pile on someone the way that they all piled on to Ethan, and this wasn't just like a week or 2 weeks, this is months and months and months of this harassment. Let's call it what it is. Would you call it harassment? Do you think Ethan and Hila were harassed?
I think Ethan has legitimately been harassed over the course of this time. He has done more harassing. His community has done way more harassing. He's done way more lying. There is just like shitloads of insane lies that he has put out there. And if your answer and if your question is like, what? Next time we talk, I'll give you like tons of examples. Like tons. There's no and I'll be right at the ready, unlike I was today, with just because I did not know that we'd be going into this so heavily. I'll be able to substantiate every single thing I said, like I said from the beginning of this. So, that's the thing. Like, I do recognize that he has been,
but you don't,
and in some cases,
but you don't recognize the responsibility of the creators whose audiences became so unhinged that they started engaging all kinds of crazy behavior, like the stuff that I mentioned. Which you said now, you don't even acknowledge that it happened. You think he did it to himself? It was actually, it was no. You said he sent a skull to himself to lie, and then you implied that actually it wasn't anyone in anyone's audience. It was somebody that was like close to him. You know, you're just like you're denying.
Yes, he Ethan said that. Ethan said that.
Ethan said that the person impersonated. Ethan said that
to him.
Hey, get down.
That's not. He did not say that they impersonated someone. I've watched that clip several times. He did not say that.
You seem to think that I guess it was just a massive coincidence that this happened, within like a day of Denim's covering the video. I don't think you think that creators have responsibility to, curate the kind of audiences that they foster. And I'm saying in the case of these like massive lefty content creators, they knowingly radicalize their audience, and then it becomes a cycle of audience capture. So they know that if they their audience has become radical and beyond radical, and they know that if they don't act radical themselves, they're going to lose a good portion of their audience. So they become more radical, and then their audiences become more radical.
That all of this applies so much more to Ethan's community, because Ethan's community, by the way, has just fused with Destinies, which I'm sure is a toxic ass community that does tons of brigading and horrible shit. Their communities are basically super intertwined at this point. So that's like when I was bringing up what's her name, the journalist, what's her name again? Remind me.
Taylor Lorenz.
Taylor Lorenz. People were for just this. Oh, and you don't even know what that I'll tell you about that comment that she left. For that one comment, which had one sentence where she said that Ethan needs to clean up the dog shit on his rug, they are going to her sponsors, the people who her main sponsor that she gets most of her money from.
Do you think it's irresponsible for her to do that?
Well, do you know what actually happened? She was reacting to something on the,
she knew what she was doing. She was piling on with the CPS thing. She knew what she was doing. Come on. Was it irresponsible for her to do that?
Do you know that Tom Ward, I think his name is, who works for H3, months ago when she originally put that on there, less than an hour or two later, he got in touch with her and said hey, this is we saw this. We think that this is really lame and irresponsible of you. And she apologized. She heard basically they told her they said Ethan has been receiving a lot of harassment here on Reddit, and basically,
do you agree
that they reached out to her? Yeah, but not nearly as much as.
You don't think that was irresponsible for her to do that? Was this after CPS was called?
I think that it's.
Is this after CPS was called?
No, this is months before. This is or maybe not months before, but it was. I think it was before.
This was before CPS.
I don't know. It doesn't fucking matter.
Of course it matters.
One reaction. She's the fact of the matter is that she went ahead and she helped them out because she has had a lot.
No, hold on. Ethan exposed this. He did an Instagram story showing just how disingenuous that claim was. I don't use Instagram, so I can't pull it up. You're taking her at her word. And Taylor Lorenz, by the way, she's an interesting character. Yeah,
she posted the conversation that she had with Tom Ward, and her her reporting is like I will never in a million years.
She claimed that she had no, hold on. She lied because she claimed that Ethan and their team reached out to her and asked her for help with like Reddit. She just fully lied. And then they showed the exchange, and that's not what happened at all. Like they reached out to her and called her out for something, and then she was like, she offered to help, like, oh, I have connections at Reddit, I can help you maybe with snarky stuff or whatever. But this idea that they had asked her to help her with Reddit was just a lie. She just knowingly lied. So like as soon as somebody gets caught I
do not believe, like I mean, I would have to see more evidence on both sides. She showed some of the discussions that she had, and Ethan lies. Like when we talk another time, I will show you undeniable evidence.
I keep hearing that. I keep hearing that. I keep hearing that from you.
Yeah. Well, I have to have this stuff like all together in order to like make a presentation and just kind of have it like that's the kind of that's the way.
Wait, can someone in chat, someone who's got a link to that exchange, because they posted the exchange. I just want to show it on the stream. Does anyone have a link to that? She just fully lied about it. Like she said that Ethan and Hila were begging her to help with Reddit. That's what she originally said. And then they posted the exchange. It was nothing like that.
Hold on. Taylor.
Chat, do I have any Instagram savvy people? I don't use Instagram, so I don't know.
I don't understand why you. Well, I do understand because you just think that Ethan is like an extremely honest actor, but it's like this is sort of like the like a situation where
it's just we get to a situation where it escalates to the point where CPS gets called on Ethan and Hila, and I can't get you to acknowledge it's wildly irresponsible for creators to use their platform in the way that they did, including Taylor Lorenz and Denims. Like I can't get you to say like, okay, yeah, in retrospect, maybe they shouldn't have done that because it escalated.
Wait, are you talking about Taylor Lorenz?
I think both like Taylor Lorenz and Denims knew that what they were doing when they like were using their platform to
ridiculous. Here's some sort of story like you've seen the footage.
Thank you, Smudge.
Talking about like it was such a throwaway
here watch. Hold on.
You're like talking about this like it's like just like.
Wait, I have the post. I don't know if you have my stream open, but I have the post here. So like it looks like. How do I do this here? Like this?
Here, I have a post. Explain this.
So they reached out. They reached out to Taylor. They reached.
Tom Ward.
Wait, what are you?
From Tom Ward. I think that this negates what you're going to
I have the exchange up on my screen. Just let me say what I'm looking at. So like somebody reached out. Hey, Taylor is at your page. She says, hi. Oh God, no, not the H3 subreddit. Haha, so it's not you? And then she says, do you know what's going on with Ethan, by the way? I've only been following tangentially. It's an account that promotes work. They're claiming that she lies about that. I've just seen videos of Ethan crashing out, and he was harassing Frogan last year and Capri Sun Poppy so badly they needed help. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on? And then the person responds, oh, do you have a comment? Because Ethan will talk about it today. She says, talk about what? They say, that post, is it not yours? She says, no, you can say the username in the photo. They say, good. She says, please leave me out of this meltdown. I want nothing to do with this drama whatsoever. They say, there's nothing to say. It's not yours. That's all he wanted to know. She says, he needs to stop harassing people and antagonizing Redditors. It's the worst way to engage. Says Ethan's lunatic fans are now brigading all my social channels and harassing Delete Me, my brand partner. This is completely insane, like I've said from the jump. What? He hasn't said anything. I just posted this on TikTok and I guess it's some subreddit. Shit, sorry, about to hop on a call with brand. And then it shows her here saying, KK, I reached out to Reddit, by the way, and 2 other creators who have gotten their pages taken down. And she offers her help here. Yes. She claimed that Ethan and Hila had reached out to her and begged her for help.
what I'm looking at right now, Tom Ward sent her a message. This is like when they finished talking on March 11th. Tom Ward says, "Good talking with you today. Ethan has calmed down and appreciated the intro to the head of creators at Reddit. We've gotten nowhere with them." So that substantiates her story.
No, wait, she said that they begged her for help.
What do you like?
I'm saying she is a liar. She is a liar. She knowingly lied.
I think that like she like at worst there's some sort of like hyperbolic.
No, wait a second. She said they begged her for help.
Dude, she clearly helped them. She said, like, what else would this mean? Good talking with you today.
It's like pulling.
And appreciated the intro to the head of creators at Reddit. We've gotten nowhere with them. It completely makes sense that they would have, like begged is already like a hyperbolic word. Like, like.
They didn't ask her to help. She offered to help. And she said that they begged her. That is just a lie. That's not hyperbole. That's a lie.
Man, it's like such a small ass thing.
It's a lie. That small detail. There's the wildly different context between the truth and what she said. We call that a lie.
He went on and like lied about her career, saying that she got like fired for a reason that she didn't. Repeated all these things that basically like knuckle dragging like quartering types have been saying about her for years that are absolutely.
Was this before or after? Was this before or after she started throwing shots at him?
I don't fucking care. It's like.
What do you mean?
Like, she did not throw shots at him.
Really? You just told me a moment ago she posted that Ethan's kids need to stop
say anything publicly.
Really? You just said just a moment ago that several months ago she said that.
To the extent that Ethan did, he did like she didn't like fucking like screenshot shit and put it on like.
No, she just said
like
Ethan needs to
Reddit.
clean up the shit in his house.
Yeah, and that was back in March 11th. She was replying to like one person that's like one sentence, and of course
March 11th. That's after CPS, bro. That's after CPS. If she did that on March 11th.
Right, but I'm talking about it's like before. But like okay. So it's after CPS. It doesn't matter, dude.
Wait,
the point is
how does that not matter? Is it irresponsible for her?
She goes on to say
that's
that,
crazy.
Like I'll read what she said.
That's
okay?
crazy. Is it irresponsible for her to say that after CPS has already been called, after it's been escalated to that level? You don't think that she was obviously trying
joke on Reddit like it's just like you're acting.
There were real consequences, bro. We're talking about government intervention.
Oh my god, you're like this is. You're taking a molehill. You're not making a mountain out of it. You're making like
my dad used to say that
fucking Jupiter out of it. Like it is just this like.
You don't think it's irresponsible for creators to after like this makes it even crazier, by the way.
Things that are like nothing burgers.
This is not nothing, bro. If the government shows up at your house and threatens to take your kids away, that's not nothing. We're so far beyond nothing at that point. And I just find it so insane that I can't just get you to say, like, obviously things have gotten way out of hand. It escalated way too far.
She had already apologized to them about that remark at the time, at the point that all
good for her. She shouldn't have done that. That's wildly irresponsible. Wildly irresponsible rhetoric.
I really
I can't believe you're defending these people.
Give a shit about like you're just you have all this like indignation.
No, you want to live in this. You want to live in this world where Ethan and Gila are these evil bad guys, and they're doing all this stuff unprovoked, and they're just harassing people. And you have and everybody that they ever took shots at were these poor victims who weren't themselves responsible for crazy irresponsible rhetoric themselves. It's just, you want to live in that world, and I don't live in that world. I think that's not reality. I think you are ideologically captured to the point where you're forced to run defense for the craziest shit. You need to disentangle yourself from that, bro. Like, come back to reality.
Read again what she said on Reddit, of all places, and like a place where like so.
I am so familiar with Taylor Lorenz. She's
burger. Like you were like kind of defending him going after
CPS being called on their.
That one.
You're saying that's a nothing burger? CPS being called on their. CPS being called on the family is a nothing burger?
What I don't want, the world that I don't want to live in is a world where people.
Is that a nothing burger? Is CPS being called?
Can like take things.
Taylor Lorenz is not in a position of power. She's not in a position of influence.
She didn't use that position of power or influence to with Ethan. Like outside of that, like.
Vadim, pause. What? Pause for a second.
Dude,
think about what you just said.
Dude, you're so out of line here. He posted like
you just said she didn't use her platform to go after Ethan moments after telling me that she posted that he needs to clean the shit up at his house after CPS was called.
What?
You just said that she didn't use her platform to f with him moments after telling me that she posted that Ethan needs to clean the shit up in his house after CPS had already been called. And you're saying she didn't.
You moron, on Reddit, on an account that like she's like barely attached to. Like she's not doing it on Twitter. She's not doing it on Instagram. She's not making a YouTube video. She's not writing
who cares? It's Taylor.
She's just making a, like like to.
It was just her Small Beans Reddit account, so it's not a big deal.
As an example, and just like make it sound like it is this like it wasn't even like a an out of the like beyond the pale remark to make. Like most like everything that she was saying was like pretty like, yeah, he does need to do that stuff.
You think that was appropriate? You think that was appropriate for her to say that after CPS had been called?
He went on, and then after all of this, he went on to tell lies about her job, about like.
I would have been pissed if I was him. I would have gone after her. I would have taken shots for sure. For sure.
All right. Well, what you are doing is that it's like somebody giving you a Charlie horse, and you like
CPS being called on your kids is a Charlie horse.
Into their brain.
CPS being called on their kids is a Charlie horse.
Taylor Lorenz didn't do that, dude.
He piled on after the fact. That's crazy. That's crazy. After it happened. Before it happened is already bad. After is even worse.
She went on and then she like she did help them. Whether or not like they begged, she totally helped them.
No, she lied about that.
Oh, okay. No,
she obviously lied about that.
She didn't lie about helping them.
Yeah, no, she obviously lied about like them begging her. She lied about that.
Well,
lie.
That is such like a like.
You don't think it matters when people lie? Like we should just like forgive when people lie? I think it's a big deal to lie about that. That's crazy.
Like, you can tell from the message. You can tell from the message that they were relieved to have her help. It like denotes the fact that they were having a very difficult time getting.
You're not seeing the point. You're just missing the point.
And I
just don't respect people like that lie.
Saying like we can't get in touch with.
I don't lie like that. I don't think you lie like that. I don't respect people who lie like that. That's a crazy. I don't respect people who do that. That's for internet clout. What?
Like ridiculous, kind of like just acting as though that like putting that on par with like a just an egregious lie. It's not, and it's nowhere near.
That is an egregious lie. That is an egregious lie.
It is nowhere near as destructive as the lie as several lies that Ethan went on to tell about her and like talking about her career, like all this shit.
She says she resigned from WAPO. He says she got fired. Who knows? I don't know.
This is the shit that he does. He spreads like he.
I don't know that she didn't lie. You just like you don't know about the skulls, right? Just like you don't know about the skulls. Like I don't know that she didn't get fired.
I will read what she had to say about this. So she said,
LonerBox, what's up?
And by the way, the whole reason why he got mad at her to begin with was because Taylor Lorenz, like had mentioned the fact that Hasan was banned for 24 hours, covering the shooter's manifesto, even while denouncing it. That's why he originally like went after her to begin with. That's why he took this message that they had already.
Okay, wait, hold on. Can we talk about like what do you call it, stochasticism or whatever, like stochastic behavior. I don't want to do a thing like somebody sent me a clip. I actually haven't really been keyed in on chatter. I'm like, somebody sent me a clip of you talking about Lauren Southern and irresponsible rhetoric that potentially contributed to the Christchurch shooting. Does that sound like something you've done?
That's bro, we watched that video together on
Okay, so I mean, you understand the concept of
I need like a minute and a half to get more water. I've been so parched and I can't like talk another minute without it. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah. That's okay.
You're right there.
Soy pill. Okay, I did have some supers. Drums and other stuff, $2. I'm not gonna read like the mean stuff. $10. He just lied. Ethan said the CPS caller impersonated an employee. Okay, I'll read soy pill when he comes back. I've been ignoring the subs and resubs. I try to focus, like if I'm debating someone, I don't want to like get distracted and stuff. I'm just, I'm sensing.
Hutch.
Yeah. So the soy pill. Are you familiar with him?
Yes.
Okay. He says
not that familiar with them, but I know of them. Like I think they follow me on Twitter.
Okay. He said, I'm a big fan of you, Vadim, and I think your blind spot is playing defense for the silliest actors on the left, of which you are not one. You're great, and at the right takedowns. Take a pause on these guys. That's he wanted me to read that. So I think that
I appreciate that, man. And forget what it was. Like, I think I saw an interview with a little bit of soy pill and this guy, uninformed leftist. And yeah, you know what? Just let's move on. But hey, reach out to me, soy pill, because I'd love to talk with you about this stuff. I respect your point of view. But anyway, so what was the next thing you wanted to bring up?
I mean, you seem to be familiar with the idea of a certain responsibility that comes with having a platform. And
absolutely. That's like one of my big problems.
But you do not seem to understand the irresponsible nature of, for example, Denham's doing what she did. It was wildly irresponsible, and there were real world consequences to that discourse, whether it was someone in her community or the other creators' community. It happened right after they basically accused Ethan of neglecting their kids. I think in the case of one particular creator, who I will not mention, I think in the case of one particular creator, he knowingly lied about this stuff because he was trying to harass Ethan and Hila. This is like I don't know if you're running defense for this person. I don't even want to mention the person. No, this person is super toxic, so I don't even want to go there. But this person will for sure lie about whatever. He will dox people. He will send people, I mean, and she was watching this person's content on her stream. And then like a day later, CPS shows at their house. And I can't just get you to understand that this is just wildly irresponsible.
I don't the reason why I'm not going to say that this is wildly irresponsible is because I don't sign off on your kind of the way that you're framing it all. And this is another topic that could is there another thing that we could have the conversation of just responsibility, kind of tying it to Lauren Southern, because like for instance, we could go back to Hasan and his remarks about the shooting that occurred. Like, you seem to think that was extremely irresponsible.
It was. Yeah.
I mean,
if Tim Pool, whatever. I mean, I get that. But if Tim Pool went live one day and said, I'm not saying that January 6th was a Fed conspiracy. I'm not saying that. But it looks exactly like And these were basically what Hasan said, but it looks exactly like what a Fed conspiracy would look like. But I'm not saying it is one.
Actually good.
Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Especially if you have an audience like Hasan, a lot. And if you look at his chat when he said that, everybody was like, "Hella sus, psyop, CIA psyop, blah blah blah." You understand? Like this is irresponsible.
Some of them were joking, and I'm sure a ton of them.
What is the point of that commentary, by the way?
Well, let me get my sentence out. And I was about to say, and I'm sure a ton of them were 100% serious. So I'm not saying that I'm sure that exists. I do actually think what he did was responsible because I'm someone who this cat is going to really pester me. Sorry, I know
that's a big kitty.
So, one thing that I have dealt with a great deal online in my work, the things that I talk about, is conspiracy theories and how damaging they are to, just our social fabric and so many things. It creates violence. It's something that it's a common thread within my work, even when I was doing Creationist Cat and whatnot. As a matter of fact, one of the things that kind of drew me to a lot of these topics to begin with was in the early 2000s, I was hearing all these crazy ass conspiracy theories about 9/11,
yep.
And I knew that they were horseshit, and a lot of them were also genuinely anti-Semitic as well. And it kind of was something that drew me to what at the time I thought of as skepticism. It kind of got me.
What about? Okay, what about Hasan accusing LonerBox of being a paid Hasbara propagandist?
Well, hold on. I want to.
I just want to jump to the substance here
with what I was saying. So my point is that I'm actually I've debated people quite a lot on matters of 9/11 conspiracies and
respectfully, I don't want this to drag out, and so I don't necessarily need the history. So I just want to get to the
okay. So my point is that I believe it's actually good to acknowledge, because the thing is that conspiracism is something that people are naturally drawn to. And the fact of the matter is that one of the big reasons why people are so drawn to this shit is because both, America, Israel too, has told so many lies that people get, I don't think that it's valid to believe conspiracy bullshit, but you can see why they're attracted to it. So my point is that I actually think it's responsible when something happens to that kind of.
Why say?
It is totally. Why say? It's actually good to say
Why say? Yeah, wow, this looks exactly like a false flag. Why even say that?
Because it
What commentary? What value is that commentary?
Some of it is means, but I'm telling you right now,
you're just throwing red meat at the conspiracy brain people by doing that.
Yeah, it's kind of acknowledging to people. Yeah, you know what? I could see it. This kind of does look this way. It's totally if the
we could do the same thing for Marjorie Taylor Greene though, if we really wanted to play that game.
No, that's a completely different context. Because
really?
Yes, because Marjorie Taylor Greene has put a million different conspiracy theories out into the world, and Hasan is someone who just does not engage. He does not spread
He claimed in 2020. Theories. In 2020, he claimed that the Iowa caucuses were the app that they used called the Shadow app, and he made a point to always say the name of the app, Shadow app. That Pete Buttigieg conspired with his ex-CIA friends to create a Shadow app that intentionally fudged the numbers of a system that is played out in public with witnesses. You literally can't rig it, even if you wanted to. And it only amounted to Pete's own victory being delayed by a couple of weeks.
So Hutch,
that's a conspiracy theory.
Okay?
Don't tell me you believe this.
I agree with you this time.
Oh,
I saw that. Yeah, I know, crazy, right?
Oh my God, I didn't have to pull teeth to get. That's wow.
No. I mean, I agree. One that it's the sort of thing, like I saw that on your timeline, and I know nothing about it, but everything that I see of it, that looks super fucking stupid and fishy. And
what about accusing like the American intelligence of lying about Russia, you know, getting ready to invade Ukraine, I guess ostensibly to like, you know, to serve NATO expansionist goals or whatever? Don't you think that was wildly irresponsible too? The Biden administration, they knew that the Biden administration made the really bold decision to just come out and show what their intelligence. That's a more recent example, right?
Me, I have to be able to speak to certain things. I have to finish like the thought of the other thing that you're talking about. So yes, that one thing that you're talking about in reference to Pete Buttigieg, I'm going to err on the side of that probably was like maybe there's some sort of explanation that I would hear from him and think differently, but it sounds like total bullshit. And yes, lots of people do kind of get won over by like, you know, very sensible people here and there believe stupid bullshit. So that's probably what happened with.
What about accusing LonerBox of being a Hasbara propagandist?
What about when it comes to the Russian example that you're talking about? That's not like what Hasan was doing there. His belief, and it was a sensible one, was that he made a prediction that Russia was not going to invade due to, yes, it was
Russia had already at that point amassed hundreds of thousands of troops along the Ukrainian border, and the Biden administration made the decision to just share that intelligence to get ahead of them doing a false flag.
First of all, this is something that he has responded to, like kind of like the allegations that you're making about his claim. Like he like it's out there. You can find him like, you know, kind of putting this into
his mea culpas. Whenever he does mea culpas, they're very lacking. It's always like he does what you're doing, where it's like, okay, yeah, I said that thing, but I had a really good reason to believe that.
A sensible, look, you have to allow me to explain what was sensible about what he said. Okay, he believed, and again, this is sensible. He believed that
America bad.
The fact that like he thought that Russia had way too much to lose financially and otherwise to invade. So he made a bad call. That's what it was. It was a bad prediction, but that was like it not an unsensible prediction. And there wasn't anything like, you know, like he wasn't
basing it off of anything other than just like, I don't trust America. That was all he was basing it off.
Let's do it.
So like,
ride it, my pony.
No,
my saddle's waiting. Come and jump on it. If you're
really
horny, let's do it. Ride it, my
what
pony.
What the fuck are you doing kind of move. They like he did not think.
Okay, what about fine. We can move past that one. Then. Fine.
Would be willing to be so self-sabotaging with you know, like he knew that it was going to have all these negative repercussions, which it did have, and he just didn't think that.
Okay, what about accusing LonerBox of being a paid Hasbara propagandist?
I don't like first of all, that's a tricky one for me, because I don't think that I talk with LonerBox here and there, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that they paid for, or rather had everything paid for while they were out there. I think that they paid for their like tickets there and whatnot, but like they had a great deal of people who were showing them around.
No. When someone says it's a paid trip, the obvious context is that you were paid to do like Israeli propaganda.
I mean, it was a propaganda trip. Like Israel is not going. And then that's really, I guess, what I have to say about it. I don't particularly have. I think that it is losing the forest for the trees to talk about whether or not it was a paid.
But that's what Hasan. He accused him of being a paid Israeli propagandist. That's obviously what he's.
It was a propaganda trip. The reason they don't allow people to go in and like look at all this shit if they have any expectation.
But they were also highly highly critical of people when they were there too.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Like they talked with this I think he's a rabbi. His name is Yishel Fleischer. Maybe I'm fucking up his name. But, you know,
Wait, if LonerBox is in the chat, he can... I don't know if you're comfortable with it, but like...
LonerBox does admit...
he could join the Discord and clarify here, but Hasan accused him of being a paid propagandist.
I'm not... I did not say he was a paid...
No, I said Hasan accused him of being a paid propagandist.
I don't think that it is out... Like, First of all, if someone goes somewhere and they end up getting, a lot of, because there's no doubt that like both LonerBox, Destiny to a lesser degree, but they both kind of, I'm sure, received like a real boost in their...
Come on. We're talking about, you're jumping through hoops to try to explain what Hasan said. What Hasan said, he was clearly saying that LonerBox was paid to go to Israel to do Hasbara propaganda, and you're like, okay, I can explain it by taking this angle and that angle. That's a crazy thing to say. I mean, I feel like you should just be able to.
Crazy thing to
say. Yeah, it is, bro.
No,
that is.
Because dude. Why is it? Why? Like, do you think that there are not?
Because he's not a paid propagandist. It's not true. That's why I think it's bad.
But yes, but they would have paid them to go out there. They didn't take, this is my understanding, they did not take payment because they didn't want it to sort of like look like, there's something that looks super phony in a situation like that.
Wait, would you be okay with LonerBox like hopping in the call to explain what he did? Or is that too confrontational for you?
That's fine.
I don't know Loner, if you're watching, yeah.
I'm totally fine with that. But before he comes in, I want to clarify a couple of things because I think he's going to maybe clarify some other things that I spoke about, and I just want to make sure that in terms of his conversation with that West Bank person that I mentioned, that within that conversation, he or rather when he was discussing it on his channel, he said he did admit that was the most extreme person that he spoke to while he was out there. And there was what he thinks of as being a bit of like pushback over the course of the conversations that they had. I did not look at it that way, but he did say one or two things about while they were at a certain place there was a mass shooting event years ago, and he did bring that up. So in that small way, he was kind of maybe challenging that person in that moment. So wanted to get that all out there. Maybe there's one or two other things that I'm not like remembering about it, but I don't want him to come in here and just kind of think that like I deny that.
Well, you can tell him this isn't supposed to be a gotcha. I just want him to be able to like explain. Do you mind if I pull him up?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. LonerBox, are you there?
Yeah, I heard people were talking about me.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, okay, so first of all, things that we already all know, and I know that you know that Yishai Fleischer was really angry with my coverage of that trip, right?
I mean, he wasn't angry enough that he didn't, he used it as propaganda on his own channel. I don't think
with my coverage of the trip, the thing that I uploaded to my channel, you acknowledge that you know this because we've spoken about it. You know that he was angry with what I commented on that interview from my channel, right?
Of course, because it's his job to be like, to like basically like put a good face forward, and like whether like people like that are like I guess what I'm saying is that I don't think it really matters that much that he was offended by that. Like if you were if you were countering in the way that I think anyone should in that situation, he never would have wanted to use your footage on his channel to begin with.
Well, he used like B-roll that was not on my channel. I did not put that on my channel. He used B-roll. Like he used just raw footage. Yeah, of course you can do that. If you're a settler and you do like an interview with Louis Theroux, you can clip out the parts of you talking and the bits that you like and just leave out the rest. But would that be Louis Theroux's fault that they got to do that?
I contacted you and I asked you, what is the most substantial pushback that you did with that guy? And then you sent me what you commented on. Mm-hmm. So are you telling me that's the most did you not show me the most substantial pushback that you did with him?
I showed you my coverage of it, yeah, where I called him an insane settler who wants to conquer all the land, where he basically has this like equivocation about wanting to deport anyone he considers a jihadist, which, let's face it, would be pretty much all of them. I also spoke about how he was lying about Baruch Goldstein treating Arab doctors when he had in fact refused to treat Arab doctors. I also mentioned how he lied about Baruch Goldstein getting radicalized by the violence.
While you were talking to him. You didn't do any of these things while you were talking to him or hanging out with him.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter if I'm going to do commentary for it afterwards?
He used it as like, you know, like he used it as like he presented you guys, like, obviously he's not going to post anything on his channel that he thinks makes him look remotely bad. And so like you gave him like propaganda, basically. Like that's
how did I give him propaganda? He was the one who was he could have just filmed himself saying these things.
And not like I don't know, man. Like if I was hanging out with somebody who is the like spokesperson for Ben Gvir, I would be like way more on their ass than either of you guys were. But
okay,
if
so
you
tell me. Well, you tell me then. You
wouldn't have been invited out there to begin with.
Hey, you tell me what. So you think I am not allowed then to just interview someone, let them speak freely, because I'm planning on editing content and doing something with it different from just the raw footage afterwards that pushes my opinion forward?
I think that.
How did I legitimize him? I'm a fucking nobody. What are you talking about?
I think with someone like that, because I watched other clips that you guys did. That's why I like came to you. I saw like a bunch of clips, some that were on his channel, and I think a couple of others that were, uploaded to the guy who followed you guys around with the camera. I was frankly shocked when I was watching those at like just how much there was of you guys just like sitting back and just letting this guy just act like really friendly with you guys. And that's his job. He wants to put like a kind face onto settler violence to begin with. Now, look, do I think that you went into it thinking like, I'm going to give this guy a layup? Like I'm totally like going to make this guy look great? No, I don't think you did, but I think you did fail at something that you should have done. I mean, morally, I look at it like you should have, you had a moral obligation, given how horrible what he is represents, to not challenge him more. Like the fact that at the end of it all, he like took selfies with you numerous times and whatnot. I like, look, for someone like that, I think that the way that you guys should end things is just like him thinking that you're a dick. And
so I should have just fucking fought with him and maybe canceled and ended up canceling the fucking trip, like
yeah, maybe
half the day earlier. Or
why?
So by your logic, just to be clear, by your logic, because Louis Theroux is not massively confrontational with people that he talks to. So if Louis Theroux does an interview with a settler and that settler just grabs a few of the clips of them talking, but they just leave out the bits of the documentary that they don't like and put it on their channel and say, look, here's my conversation with Louis Theroux, and then they add some commentary afterwards, does that mean Louis Theroux did propaganda for them?
Dude, we've already.
The answer to that's no. The answer to that is clearly a no. So no, I did not do propaganda for you, Side Flusher. Yeah, there you go.
I came to you, and in that Louis Theroux documentary, there are questions that he asked.
And you just used the exact same answer that you were always going to use, which is the interpretation of the new crowd that you are beholden to. That's all it is. That's all it is. Because again, the only content that I've ever used on my channel with Yishai is me shitting on him. That's my content. That's my product. That's it. He can clip, by the way, he can actually, so even with my commentary, if that was the only thing that was up, he could have actually still just clipped all the raw footage and just taken out my commentary. And apparently I still would have been helping him do propaganda. Like, I don't understand.
Okay, well, first of all, I don't even think that the extent to which you quote unquote shat on him on your channel, like yes, you definitely went at him way harder than you did when you were talking to him, but like I still don't think, given like
okay, what should I have said that would have made him more responsible?
Like I was pleased to see you shit on him to the extent that you did, but given who he is, in my opinion, I feel like you never explained that he is like, you know, kind of part of the Ben Gvir squad. You didn't put that into perspective. I mean, like, I'm saying
I said
like,
that he's a settler who wants to conquer the West Bank and kick out all the Arabs. But because of you, I should have been, oh, by the way, but he also is a Ben Gvir person. What the f?
Yes, that's pretty
and
relevant
it was and it's disappointing to not throw that. Well, okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I think
okay, yes, I understand. You're looking for anything. Okay, that's good.
I think that I mean, like, look. My general point here is that I don't think that you were kind of like, you know, either definitely when you were talking to him, but when in your
you've already conceded. This is like a nothing. This is a nothing objection. We can just move on. This is a nothing objection. Like by saying, by the way, he's also affiliated with Ben Gvir, even though he supports all the things that Ben Gvir supports and all the things on top of that.
This is not a nothing objection.
It is. It's absolutely nothing objection. It's just because every detail. So what if you said that? I could have just been like, oh, but you didn't mention that you lied about treating Arabs, because again, like we both know that I know the history of this conflict better than you do. So I could have easily just picked out little nits to yours as well.
I'll let you go on to the next thing, but it's like saying that it's not substantial. No, that's an extremely substantial. Like the fact that you like, if people like this, I believe that we have a duty to not make them look good in these situations and not have conversations that basically, because they want to present themselves to the public as just like both reasonable, rational. That's like why at the end of your conversations, like, you know, you guys, I'm not talking about that particular clip that you played, but the last shoot that you guys did, you did another selfie together. And you know, and you shook on it, and he was like, "Well, I'm glad we could agree to disagree." He says something to that effect, and you make this like this murderous, bloodthirsty motherfucker look pretty like tame and like just like friendly and like somebody that you can like vibe with. It's the same problem that I have with often like a lot of the hangouts that Destiny did with Nick Fuentes. So yeah, it's not you can disagree with it, but it's not an unsubstantial. To say that, I think you're just dodging. I think you're deflecting, and it's weak.
Nothing you said there says anything I did was dodging or deflecting or weak. We both agree that he was angry with my content, with the way that I covered that content. He was angry with my commentary on that interaction. And that's the only related content that I've put up on my channel. That's my content. The raw footage, the B-roll, the stuff that he could have easily clipped out from my commentary that he can use himself, that's his content. My content made him angry, okay? That's it.
We disagree on this heavily.
It's also just as well that like at least with me commenting on people like him, like there are at least like some people in my audience who could be like swayed by that away from positions that they might sympathize with, because I actually know how to talk to these people and you guys don't.
Loner, can you?
In any case, you're also aware though, you keep calling this like a propaganda tour. You think meeting Nabil al-Kurd to talk about his situation in Sheikh Jarrah, that would be an Israeli propaganda tour?
That's one moment where you guys were.
It's not one moment. That was like 2 or 3 days we were in the West Bank, and that was just West Bank related stuff. So I've looked, unless there is a great deal of stuff that because I've looked at pretty much everything that is on that channel that guy posted, who shot your trip. There's nothing that I've seen there that does not lead me to believe that overall it was
a propaganda trip. And the thing is
propaganda
that
for who?
that's
Propaganda for who? The government?
And I'm not saying that you went into it thinking like, oh, I'm going to do propaganda for Israel.
Yeah, you think I'm a useful idiot. It's fine.
That way.
You think,
Israel wouldn't
yeah,
let
I'm asking
you
you.
in to begin with. They would not let you do that to begin with if they did not go in thinking like, we're going to get something pretty good out of this.
They would really? You think the Israeli government wouldn't have let us in if they didn't think they could get something good out of it?
Yes, they blocked
Thank you. Listen, Vadim, my good friend, I love you. Thank you for confirming that you do not know absolute dick about this country that you've been talking about for the last 20 months. What a fucking unbelievably brain dead, tone deaf, disconnected way to approach this entire fucking country. Do you know that like I can go to Israel tomorrow and meet with B'Tselem, who literally want Israel effectively abolished, and I can go to the West Bank with them and talk to Hamas supporters tomorrow if I want to. I can listen. I can go to fucking Jenin and speak to people who say that they want Israel fucking destroyed and the Jews pushed into the sea, and I could publish all that. And I could go to B'Tselem and talk about how it's apartheid and there's a genocide in Gaza. I could do all that tomorrow if I wanted to. The Israeli government is not going to fucking only let me in. The Israeli government is not only going to let me in because they think they can get something out of me. What the mental thing to say. You don't know anything about that country. Why are you even talking about it if that's your assumption? Me.
I mean, I would expect you to say all this horse shit, dude. Like, I mean, you've like said a lot of things that are really combination of either like out of touch or lead me to sometimes to think like I like you just you know what I've had like a lot of conversations here that I was not prepared to get into, but like, yeah, I just, bro, like they're like, would I be able to get into Israel to do all these things? Do you think it would be that I could do that very easily?
Based on your Twitter history, yeah, what the fuck do you think would happen? What do you think would happen if you went to Israel?
You think that I would be killed by the IDF? I don't know. What are you? No,
I'm asking you what you think, because I know that you don't know anything about this country. But yeah, I just want to see what you think.
I don't think that I would be allowed into Israel to begin with.
Why not?
Because of the fact that I post things that are very like anti-government. Like I'm completely opposed to their genocide, and like I constantly call out how, you know, like what insane liars they are. I mean, like take
okay, so
pick.
look at my so this is, I can tell you what this, so you can look at my main channel, because this is what the security guy looked at when he was interviewing me. Like one of my videos on my main channel, like, and the more recent ones when I got there, was about traveling Israel being full of shit about the about denying the Nakba. There was another one about Netanyahu being insanely dishonest when his interview with Lex Fridman. There's a Gaza history video that's literally covered in Palestinian flags. There's a video that he would have scrolled past that was about apartheid in Israel and Palestine. So you think they don't let people in because they criticize the country?
I think that they look at you and they recognize that overall, in spite of any sort of criticisms that you might have, that you overall are like helpful to their project. That overall,
wait, how much do you think they saw of my content? Do you mean the government or the nation as a whole? When you say their project, or they'd get something out of it?
Yeah, I don't think that either of you would have been invited to Israel.
Who invited us?
I don't know.
You don't know who invited us. You don't know how the trip started. It's probably still on one of Mere Destiny's channels. The whole trip started because we were invited by Sev. It was a Palestinian who lives in Israel was the one who spurred the idea. And then we just started to make connections from there. We just like people that came in and said, "Oh, I know a guy," because everyone in that region knows a guy. That's also why we met Isawi Frage, who was whose father was murdered in the Kfar Qasim massacre, the Israeli-Palestinian Knesset member. That's why he was one of the interviewees. That's why we met Mustafa Barghouti, you know, a guy who is very radically against Israel. But you think like the government allowed this to happen because it benefits them? You think Israel would let someone interview Mustafa
Absolutely.
Barghouti?
After watching Destiny's interview with fucking what's his name, Ilan Levy, where the disagreements that they had were so tittling, and he like basically like was just like yes-anding him the entire time. Yes, I think that was their outlook on it. Whether or not you guys went into it thinking like that's exactly what you were, I don't know. I kind of think maybe you guys were like in the dark about it. And
well, you don't know. So
like,
why don't you wait? So you don't. So you don't know. So why don't you ask? Why don't you just ask some questions? It feels like
because I don't completely. Like, for one, I don't.
You think I'm going to lie?
Trust everything you have to say. I also.
When have I ever lied to you, Vadim? When have I ever lied to you? Provably.
I don't know.
We've spoken
but
a lot.
Say some like really crazy things when it comes to Israel, and
you can think I say things that are wrong or you disagree with, or you think I'm losing my way or whatever. When have I ever lied to you? I
don't think you've lied to me, but there's always a first time. I don't know.
So why don't you ask and make up your mind? Is there surely okay? Because clearly I've had like this unique access to the fucking devil themselves.
You also would not necessarily know, like I just said. I just entered into this saying like, you very well may not have gone to Israel thinking like, oh, this is how I'm perceived and this, like this, that, and the other thing. But I genuinely do not believe from everything that I have read about, they don't, there's so many, there's so many investigators or rather like news people that are not allowed to certain areas and certain I personally would love to go to Israel to look at all this stuff, but I know that I would be like, just like most people that that you and I both know in like we just wouldn't be.
As an American citizen, they're probably not going to check you. That's probably the most likely.
I was not here to debate you, and I'm not prepared to have any conversations with you right now. You've come in, you've like made yourself clear about this stuff, and I still absolutely hold to the fact that I think that you really did drop the ball with your coverage with Yashel Fleischer, and I don't like I did not know I was going to be like roped into this.
Well, you made a claim, so. You made a claim, so I wanted to give LonerBox a chance to respond.
It's the fact that you said it was like not far out for Hasan to believe that I was a paid Hasbara propagandist. When but my assumption was like you've seen enough of this to know full well that's an insane thing. That's completely indefensible. But I guess
the reason why I said to begin with that I thought that it was not a. Is because we know that people are paid for like that. That's just not a secret.
Yeah, but you haven't seen those paid propaganda. Like you haven't seen like people who have actually done propaganda content on Israel and compared it to mine. Because if you had, you would have no idea. I understand that it's like to you guys, like I understand that to you guys, like there's very like to you, like there's not really all that much difference between a two-state solution, like a two-state solution is person and Ben Gavir, but like for most people there is.
Do you realize that the reason why I said from the get-go that I don't think that that this was a paid, like that you guys were paid to come here is because I actually do know, I have a friend who was paid, or an old friend, an ex-friend who was paid to do one of those propaganda trips. So I do know what that looks like. I don't know. That's not to say that every single one is going to look exactly the same, but I actually did not think that you were paid to do this. However, I think that it is, like all I was saying when I was saying that, like, it's not crazy to think that is because
it is crazy.
No, it's not crazy. Because
yes, it is. If you know anything about the conflict, it's insane. Yeah. So if you knew anything about the conflict and you actually in good faith watched the footage that's up already, you would know. Yeah. You would know full fucking well.
Do you think that people are not paid by Israel to do propaganda?
Not to do what we did. No. 100%
exactly.
no. What the you talking about?
That's what I'm saying, dude. I'm saying that's why I am confident in saying that I don't think yours was a paid propaganda trip.
But that's also why it's insane to believe it was.
But to most people, I can understand why they would assume that, and it wouldn't be necessarily like this. Why? Because we know that that Israel does pay people for propaganda trips.
But you also know that they don't pay for what we did. They don't pay for people going to see people from Sheikh or people. No, we're not going in circles. It's because you're saying something that doesn't connect. First of all, it's not insane to think that. But you're very confident saying that I wasn't paid.
I think other people, why it would be reasonable for people to assume that what you did was a paid propaganda trip. I think that they're wrong. But why? Why again? Like, oh my God, we're going in this.
Yeah, but you're saying two things at once. One, on the one hand, you're saying you're very confident that it wasn't paid.
Dude, we're just gonna go. I've made myself plain about this. I'm not going to say the same thing over and over and over again. If you want to go to like one more thing that you want to get out there before we wrap this up, I'll hear one more thing out. Each thing kind of seems to take like 5 to 20 minutes. So is there anything else?
No, I think I'm fine.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, great talking to you, man. I'll speak to you another time.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
Hello.
Are you? I'm not trying to do any kind of like pileups or whatever. Are you familiar with Mutahar, Some Ordinary Gamers?
Got him.
He's in the waiting room as well. He wanted to share some thoughts. Well, I'm asking you. If you don't want to do it, we don't have to do it.
What if you want to talk about? I'd be happy to talk with him another time. If like now. I'd like sort of to wrap things up with you.
Okay.
Maybe you can invite him on, because I would like to speak with you about things related to Ethan Klein when I have just because I'm the kind of person basically like the overwhelming majority of the first half or more of our conversation I was very prepared for. Once we got to Ethan, not so much. And I'm the kind of guy who has to basically, because I'm ADD and I sleep really terribly all the time, it really does a number on just my ability to.
Yeah, if you want to gather more particular examples of things that you consider to be, in your words, reprehensible, then I would be fine to whatever, but
to revisit some of the things that we talked about. You know what? Bring Mutahar in here if he has. We'll just have a very preliminary conversation, and I'll just see because hopefully I can have this conversation with him again. But is Mutahar still there?
Yeah, I can bring him in. Sure.
Yeah.
Muta, you're muted, but I brought him up.
Sorry, what's up?
Hey, man. So I didn't bring you up at all. What is this about?
No. I was just asking about your thoughts on that harassment, Ethan Klein. I'm also somebody who is a somewhat decent-sized public figure that also has faced the same level of unhinged harassment. It's just weird to me that when I'm watching you talk with Hutch, it's always it's always interesting to me that, Ethan is the big aggressor and, he should just kind of take it, as opposed to the people that have, covered him graciously, not even disowned the idea of the CPS call to his house, right? Anything of that nature. Or if outright pretty much insinuated that he's been delinquent towards taking care of his children, right? Which is a pretty huge claim to make. I mean, Hutch didn't cover this, but saying that Ethan Klein is, into drugs, for instance, right? You do realize how that could really go against you in a court of law. Now that the CPS has a file on you, they probably think.
Who said what about drugs? You're talking about me now?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about that Denim's, like, you know, Hasan-esque community on Twitter, right? That have been pushing the idea of Ethan's on drugs. He's on this cocaine. I mean, that alone can probably
all I
have
have to
the cops
say
look into
is
you.
in regards to, I have the same thing that I have to say to Hutch, is that, like,
Yeah.
in terms of all of the harassment that he has received, some of it is totally beyond the pale, and I don't I'm
Okay, but like if somebody involved the CPS on my family,
everybody whether you're a piece of shit or you're a great guy on YouTube, I assign it.
What do you mean? Am I a piece of shit or a great guy on YouTube? What?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that, like, regardless of one's character, I think that people should be treated the same. But when it comes to Ethan, it's just not even comparable. The amount of targeted harassment that he and his community has done to others compared to what he has received, and there's just like an insane.
Yeah, but where did it begin? What is the timeline? I'm sure you're familiar with the timeline. Where did it begin? Was it him initiating it, or was it him unfollowing somebody from that community that started to, you know, push the snowball initially?
How things started is just like I think like
I think how things begin is important,
that's a
right?
really reductive and like baby brain way to look at things.
How things begin is how you can understand the context of where things have led up to.
Well, at the beginning of things, he was also putting out stuff out there that people legitimately had good reason to think was, it was Islamophobic stuff. Some of the things that he said. Now, I kind of.
What was Islamophobic?
Like his reaction to from the river to the sea.
That thing. What is so weird about it? I'm a Muslim, by the way, too, a practicing one, a pretty devout Muslim.
I understand. Yeah. It's just like
it's funny because everyone in this community of yours calls me an Uncle Tom. So
when did I call you an Uncle Tom?
Not you, but from that community, that denim-sided community. I'm just this weird Uncle Tom that is a weird Zionist. My wife's a Nazi, so, you know. You can imagine why I'm a little heated about this.
Well, you got to let me, if you ask me a question, you got to let me.
Sure, okay. Answer.
So when it comes to from the river to the sea, that is absolutely a very benign call for peace.
Is it a benign call?
Right now, we are at a place where, and actually we were at this place from the beginning where like people like the ADL and Stop Anti-Semitism and whatnot, they are talking about just saying free Palestine in itself is this like call to I think Netanyahu said it as well, said that it's basically like the new Heil Hitler. Well, the same people who are obsessing and kind of like trying to like what's the word, tone police people with the whole from the river to the sea thing, it's the same thing. It's just kind of like basically people draw a line at they will mistake something that is totally 100% like just a maybe like I understand the I'm sorry, I'm getting a little like a little cracked out here. Sorry, I'm but my point is that it is, there's nothing wrong with that, and
okay, but do you agree that things have context, right? You do agree that
I've never talked on stream this long, and so
that's fair.
But you understand context.
Can I just say this real quick, Mutahar? If I continue to kind of because there is a point sometimes where I just like tap out of conversations, and meaning like I cannot have I just start stuttering like that. So if that's the way it's going to be for me, we'll talk a little bit longer. But if that's the way it is for me, I'm going to have to bow out, and I'd love to talk to you again in the future. Can we do that? If I kind of if that's the case, because I want to have this conversation when I am capable of giving you.
I just don't know what conversation we could really have. It's like, okay, I asked you, it's like, what does context make any sense? You brought up the river to the sea, right? Like, yeah,
I mean,
sure. Obviously, one could.
I'm saying that's one thing where, and
well, okay. Well, let's focus on that one thing. Let's just focus on that one thing really quickly, okay? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Now, I have personally never been against the freedom of Palestinians. In fact, if you ask me, I think that as Hamas is a designated terror organization, and I believe they should be, as should the IDF. As a Canadian, I don't know why we don't designate both of them. That makes no sense to me. The IDF has done far more in aggression to the Palestinian people in this response to whatever they want to call it, counterterrorism or fighting against the Hamas individuals. It makes no sense to me. But let's be real. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Where does this chant originate? Who is kind of pushing this, right? If we're looking at the broader context. No. If we're looking at the broader context,
Avi Schleim, Jewish Voice for Peace, basically what you're doing by kind of.
Wait, hold on. I let you speak. I let you speak. Let me speak here. I let you speak. What does this? What does this phrase mean? Does it mean the complete disestablishment of the Israeli people? Where are those Jews going to go? What's going to happen to them?
It means that from the river to the sea, that Palestine will be free. That's free for everybody. That's that's like.
Now, what about the history of Jews in that area, Middle Eastern Jews? How about how have they been dealing? How have they been dealt with in Islamic countries? Have they felt the same freedoms?
Look. This conversation is the exact same as like white, just like.
By the way, this is a phrase that even Norm Finkelstein was criticizing.
Who have a problem with Black Lives Matter, thinking that, Black Lives Matter is it's exactly that, and
it's not even equivalent at all. We're not looking at the broader context of anything. We're not looking at the broader context of this.
What you're doing, literally,
if you dissolve the Jewish people, are they able to go home?
Let me just say this, okay, Mutahar. Every person who is like genuinely an activist on behalf of Palestine, people who are not just activists, but extremely influential voices, like your Avi Schleims, like all of you name it. If you talk about someone who is central to who is a voice who is out there, either in America or beyond, who is advocating for the cause, they are using that term. So what you are doing is that you are saying all these people who are, there's no way that you can tell me that these people are like actually trying to like suck Hamas's dick or whatever, that the entire pretty much the entire the entire sorry, this is like where my brain is kind of tapping out. But
no, I think what Mutahar
is doing it, the entire movement is doing it wrong. But you've got it right. But these people who have all these other
no. Do you think that the people online on like the Hasan side are the entire movement? Do you think like anytime we criticize people for having shitty?
I'm saying like if you go to there's not a rally that you'd go to from Europe to Australia to South America to here that you will not see versions of that.
Okay, so what is your end goal with this? What is your end goal with this? What do you want?
It's an incredible.
What do you want to happen in the Middle East right now? What do you want? What is your perfect goal? What do you want to happen? Should the Israeli government completely dissolve its borders?
I did not know that this is like so like going all over the place. I thought that you were.
Bro, I'm asking you what the solution is. Do you want the government to be dissolved in Israel? Do you want their borders to be gone, the government gone, all of it just suddenly become Palestine? Do you want that to be?
I want whatever elements of the Israeli government that kind of. Whatever elements of the Israeli government that kind of enforce, you know what, dude, like you got to understand, like I have how
many wars has Israel went against with Arab countries in the area?
Dude. I will totally have. Let's pick up this conversation another time.
What pick up the conversation? You're not answering the most basic question. What is your goal?
Because
Like, okay, if you believe in this cause so much, what is your solution?
I'm not. Look, dude. Listen to me, okay? I'm someone who has I've been battling a up.
You know what my solution is? Do you know what my solution is? I can answer this right off. Why? Oh, so you don't care about solutions? You don't care about the solution? You know what my solution is? My solution is I think Muslim countries that have the capacity to deal with it should entertain working with the Israeli government and dealing with these actual errant behaviors, dealing with the dealing with bad parties, making it safer.
Look, dude. This is serious, okay? I
know it's serious. There's people dying. This is not a game to me, okay? There are children, there are men, there are women dying. That is a serious case to me. I don't hear any solutions from your side.
If you want to talk to me, because you're just taking a really, compared to the bullshit that you put out on the internet, the sort of
what is the most popular Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea? What is the most popular faction that says that? Tell me. What is the most popular faction in the Middle East, in Palestine, that says from the river to the sea?
About this shit when I am like
no. If you should have a basic understanding. I'm a fucking computer engineer, yet I still know what is the most popular faction in Palestine that says from the river to the sea. Tell me right now.
Done. We're done.
What is the most popular?
I told you.
What is the most popular faction?
Asshole.
It's a simple answer. Okay, we're going down a name calling. Great. Okay, I'm the asshole, but I'm asking you a simple question. What is it?
I told you. I went into this, you idiot.
Bro, do you not know the most basic answer?
I went into this saying that I had already reached a point of kind of exhaustion, and the thing is that that's a real thing with me because
I have to work for a living. You think I'm not exhausted either? What the f?
Dude,
what is the most popular Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea?
Hutch, can you just terminate this so I can explain? If you want to talk another time, I'm fine to talk to you, but it has to be at a time when I'm
bro, you can't answer the most basic questions. What the f? You think I want to waste my time
talking when I am someone who has
it's Hamas, by the way. It's Hamas, by the way. That's the answer. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I haven't heard.
So what does Hamas mean when they say it?
Hutch, what?
You've seen their flag.
Can you please terminate this?
I'm asking a basic.
Listen, I don't want to force the conversation if it doesn't. If both parties don't want to do it. But
I'm more than happy to talk to you another time, Mutahar. But the thing is that I have to do it when I have
I'm just gonna ask you. Before we end this, obviously you're tired. Do you think I was asking you a really difficult question there? Do you think I was trying to do a gotcha to you? Do you honestly think so?
I don't even know what question you're talking about because I was speaking over
Okay. Hold on. Can you listen to
conversation?
Can you listen to my question? Just in peace. I'm going to answer. I'm going to say it very slowly.
All right.
Ready?
Go ahead. I'll chill out and I'll
ready?
just say my final
All right. Let's redo it. Let's bring it on. Okay. What is the most popular Palestinian faction currently that says from the river to the sea?
Okay, it is not Hamas. Hamas, people all over the earth say that, and so. Look, this is.
Well, I asked who in Palestine says it. I didn't say the world.
Stop this bullshit of continuing to ram through. I shouldn't have even started this to begin with. This is what I have to say. Okay, I genuinely have health issues, okay? Health issues.
I do too, bro. It's part of life.
That make talking at this length. I thought that this was going to be a 2 to 3 hour conversation with Hutch, which I was prepared to talk about.
To be fair,
and this is the thing. What we're talking about is very important, and I'm not going to have a conversation. I am not in a place where I can do the conversation we're having.
We can pick it. We can listen. You haven't eaten any food. I get it. I'm hungry too. We can pick this conversation up another time. I didn't want to force anything. I did ask you for permission if you wanted to speak to both people. I didn't mean to dump anything on you. Just to be clear. But if you want to break and call it there, we can do that.
Totally fine. I asked you to bring him in. So I'm not saying that you I don't think that you were kind of I don't know, like just being a dick by letting these people in. I said let's go ahead and do it. But
let's just pick it up another time.
Conversation that I had with Mutahar and other things. I mean, it's exactly like I was telling you. In general, one, I should have just kind of like ducked out after about like 4 hours because like basically, yeah.
It's okay. Let's call it there. Let's call it there. Let's both go get some food. It's all good,
so
and we can pick.
And I will talk about Ethan at another point in time.
Okay.
And if Mutahar wants to have a conversation about that, I will resume it with him at a time when my brain is not like just.
I got you. I understand.
It's Swiss cheese.
It's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Muta, I don't know if you wanted to stick around and talk a little bit longer, but yeah, it's fine.
I just think it's insane. Like, okay, I asked the most basic questions. I got to dip out, bro. I'm easy to dunk on Twitter. I've seen you try to do that to me. I've seen you like actually have a conversation. I ask one simple question. And now it's like delay it. Like, what the dude? This is why nobody takes this side seriously at all. Like, honest to God, this whole thing is a show.
Dude.
What?
Do you like obviously this is like you just a moment ago were talking about how important this situation is. I want to have a conversation of this gravity.
Okay, do you think I would have a better time talking to you or a brick wall, honestly? Do you think I'd have a better conversation with you or ChatGPT?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Honest to God, I think I would probably have a better chance talking to ChatGPT. I think talking to you is like talking to a
You're
child.
ducking out. Okay, so am I right?
Am I ducking out? Really? Am I ducking out?
Conversation with me,
bro. You haven't presented yourself. You haven't presented. I didn't ask you an unprepared question. I'm just saying this is not worth my time. Okay, maybe if you were like a Hasan Piker, I might consider it. But honestly, this is just such a waste. Like you're not doing anything to really. You're not bringing the intellectual like capacity here. You know, like at all.
That's why I'm saying that I can't talk right now. If that's why I want to talk to you at another time, because I would be able to bring that. I am not having this conversation with you because I can't bring that.
So hold
on.
I have a bit of time out of my day. I talk to you and then you duck out, and now I have to be pursuant to this conversation later.
I said, dude, I said to you from the beginning, I will continue this. Like before you even came in, you like dipshit, you manipulative asshole. I'm
manipulative. What did I do? Wait, hold on. What did I do?
Bring you in, but that like I probably was tapped out, and that I would not.
God,
and,
you're
and
like
then
a
when you got here. Then when you got here, I said like, look, if this is the way that it goes, I'm gonna have.
How long have you been talking about Israel and Palestine for before me? Was it how many months was it? How many months were you talking about this?
Like from the get-go, dude. Like,
okay, so from the get-go, but you can't spend an extra 20 minutes talking to me on those basic questions.
No,
when you
because
get caught
again,
up,
I like want to talk at a time. What you want to do here is that you want a conversation when my brain.
I asked you basic questions and you couldn't answer that.
Advantage of that. You already have
taken advantage.
If you yes, like I've told you.
Man, I'm sorry. I asked you a basic question. That's taking advantage.
Dude, do you like actually like understand that sometimes people like I have a disability.
I understand when people are disingenuous like you, and when they're caught in lies, they have to stammer like bitches and then fucking back out of a conversation. That's what I understand. I understand when somebody can't understand the word retraction.
You don't know shit.
When you don't understand, when you don't know the definition of what a retraction is, I can figure out your intellectual capacity
on this guy, dude. And so I can so I can say go yourself, dude. If you like if you want to have a conversation with me at a time when I'm prepared to have it, you'll lose. I promise.
All right.
Now.
Oh my god, the Jedi mind tricks. I'm so scared of them. Ooh.
Let's just call a heart out. Vadim, it's all good. Go get some food.
Say something. I need you to get rid of him, and then I'm going to say something, and then we'll do that.
Hutch. Don't worry, Hutch. I'll leave. Okay, he needs the hug box. Okay.
All right.
I'll leave.
I'll talk to you later,
Muta. Having me on, brother. Later.
All right. Yeah, let's give you the final. We need to get some food in you, brother, because no. To be clear, I just want to say I'm conscious about like not springing shit on people. I was very deliberate when I asked you to bring people on. I would not have insisted. If you said no, I would have been fine.
A lot of things that you said over the course of this conversation.
Clearly,
zero problem with you bringing those people in.
Okay. All right.
I asked for it. I know that it kind of like probably like looked really bad because my brain is like spent. But like I just want to say this, like when it comes to like what Mutahar, like I don't know, I should not have like allowed the guy in because it was just like my point is that, man, I get really frazzled when I am if you go to my to my YouTube page, you can see I have multiple videos. In fact, the last video that I did was like 2 years ago, talking about an insane, like it's not really even a sleep problem. It's kind of like a cross between insomnia and like I get God.
You have insurance? Do you have insurance?
I can't talk.
You have insurance?
Yeah, I do, but it hasn't been helpful. Like
Gotta be sleep aids to help you with that.
Difficult time getting it addressed. It's basically been like 20 years, and I have like it's not actual seizures, but it's like they feel like sort of like seizures. It's basically like.
Ask your doctor about Seroquel, man, because I take a drug called Seroquel, and that shit will knock you the fuck out. And I'm not a drug licensed pharmacist. Disclaimer, but yeah.
I've tried everything, including Seroquel. Lunesta is what I take, but it only helps like a certain amount. But the point is that I get, I mean, like,
I got you.
Like,
here, let's pick it up. Hold on.
Thing that I want to say.
Okay.
As poorly as I was functioning through certain portions of this discussion, I have days where like I can barely string a sentence together.
Okay.
So so this is the last thing that I'm going to say. The reason why I would not have that conversation with Mutahar, he's like trying to make it sound like I was like some sort of like about to use the R slur, but I don't like using that word. It literally is that I do not want to have conversations like this that are important when I know that I can't do justice to those conversations. As it stands, I'm sure that there's shit that's going to be clipped out of this that is the reason why I try not to do that stuff. But that's exactly why I was ducking out at the time I did, and I would love to have a conversation about him. About that stuff with him when I'm just like mentally there.
All right, so let's set up another time. You go get some food, go get some rest, whatever you got to do. But
right, okay.
I do appreciate you talking to me, and we'll talk again.
Yeah, we'll talk again. All right, have a good one.
Bye.
Oh, hello.
Hey, man.
I think we were just a bit behind, but it seemed like he was saying bye.
Yeah. We wrapped up. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you have some more thoughts, or?
I don't know. I just wanted to jump in on the river to the sea shit, but it's okay. I think.
You know a lot about. Talk about that. What are your thoughts?
It's like when Western activists say it, they're envisioning like a one state where both groups have equal rights, and it's like post-apartheid South Africa, and they get along and they have coffee together and shit like that. But it's like no one in the region wants this. No one. It's like you can look at polls. I can show you polls that will say like less than 10% of Palestinians want this. They'd rather a state where Jews have unequal rights, and Jews would rather a one state where Arabs have equal rights, as opposed to a democratic one state. Yeah. So, and obviously it's their opinions that matter, right? Same with river to the sea. So when people say from the river to the sea, like, yeah, you might be meaning a peaceful, like harmonious one state solution. But if you're Israeli and if you're Jewish, like, and you have connections to Israel, you're going to think about the people in the region who say that. And the people in the region who say that do not mean one state for two people. They mean one state for the Palestinians, and the Jews go into the sea or live as second-class citizens.
What I hear a lot, tell me if you agree, but what I hear a lot is the common retort that I hear is something like, oh, you just think that these are like barbarian, savage Arabs who are just naturally racist and violent, and therefore, they can't get along. But that's not what it is. It's just a historical context of a struggle that's been going on for, over 100 years at this point. And there's like plenty of historical context to be extremely skeptical of the notion that Palestinians and Israelis can share a single state and it will just be, I guess, like a liberal democracy. Like, who's going to be in charge of that state? Like right now, the number one representative for Palestinians is Hamas. Like, are they going to be in charge? Like what does that actually look like in practice? And when you try to dissect that and dive into what it actually looks like, it just completely falls apart. That's why people like Nelson Mandela understood, like, he was not pushing for a one-state solution. Like, he understood that the Israeli state wasn't going anywhere, and the best option would be to, you know, live as neighbors, not actually share a state. But there's this insistence.
Isn't this just a white supremacy of like fearing equality, Hutch?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like the whites in South Africa, even though, but unfortunately, like anti-white racism is not a valid concern so much as anti-Semitism is. Like, these are not equally valid concerns. Like, why would a leftist ever suggest that they are? It's insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like, it's just the thing that I don't get about it is like you might as well be saying that in the last 100 years, Palestine will be the first Arab/Muslim country that treats its Jewish minority well, as equals or safely.
Right.
Like, they'll be the first ones. It's like, I'm sorry. It's just, Palestinians have more of an excuse to be anti-Semitic than anyone else in the world.
Right.
They're not going to be the first ones to treat a Jewish minority equally.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just mental.
I mean, I just wanted, yeah, go ahead.
I just found it very, very telling that as soon as he was asked what he wants the Israeli government to actually do right now in terms of the conflict, he got stuck.
Yeah.
It's so funny that after like 20 months of talking about this, and Hasan was the same when Ethan asked them, they don't actually know what they want the Israelis to do. They don't know what they want to happen. It's just so bizarre.
Well, Hasan stated what he wants is, he said that Israel should dissolve its own government and, you know, absorb the West Bank and Gaza, and it would just be one state, full right of return, and then
like on October 8th. Yeah, it's like, but I just think it's so telling that like the hesitate, because like Vadim's like, I guess like he had like a sleep issue when he was asked that question, but then when people started insulting him, he suddenly found his words again. So it's like, I just find it, I'm kind of noticing this more and more, and I've never really thought about it in this way, but I kind of noticed that I've always hated this, are you pro-Palestine or pro-Israel? Because to me, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, pro-Israel, people who generally get labeled as pro-Israel are people who even want a Palestinian state to exist. And if you go to Israel, even supporting a two-state solution, like most Israeli right-wingers, which is, you know, most of the population right now, they think that's like treachery. They think that you might as well be destroying the Jewish state, you know, by making them vulnerable, by giving the West Bank sovereignty, right? So that's like, it's just very telling that, and the same with being pro-Palestinian, like what does that mean? Because apparently two states isn't pro-Palestinian. Apparently like being anti-Hamas might not even be pro-Palestinian, because people say that you have to support all the resistance groups. So that's why I've never really identified with either of those labels. But when people talk about like the pro-Palestine movement, the thing I've noticed about them more and more is that it's not really about helping Palestinians. Like, for most of these guys, it's just about attacking Israel. Like, I feel like they're very, very good at shitting on Israel and shitting on anyone who they think is even marginally friendly to Israel. But in terms of what they want that would actually help Palestinians, that's realistic in the moment, they have nothing, you know? And I think there's like that's why they like the Houthis and what they did. What did the Houthis do for Gaza? Nothing. They did, you know, they bankrupted a port in Eilat. And that's somehow an achievement. It's like, well, hurting Israel doesn't necessarily, you can hurt Israel as much as you want, and Palestinians can reap no benefits at all. You can do what people celebrating when Trump was, what do you call it? When he was snubbing Netanyahu. It's like, well, yeah, okay, he's annoying Israel, but he could annoy Israel today and then fuck Palestine twice as hard tomorrow. But for some reason, I think people just view it in this like destructive manner that it is just automatically assuming a zero-sum game that doesn't actually exist. Like, you can shit on Israel all you want, but like that doesn't necessarily translate to helping Palestinians at all.
It's about I think it's about just the constant friction. Like, I think some people are just kind of addicted to, or they sort of shape their identity around like a constant state of tension and friction with what they perceive to be like the, you know, the major power players. So it's like in their minds they have these noble intentions and these virtuous goals, and they're, you know, standing up to power and they're challenging power. But when the rubber hits the road and you actually ask these people, like, what, and this applies to so many different things. Like, I was having an immigration debate a few days ago with someone who was saying some pretty outrageous things that sort of like clammed up when you actually ask them, like, okay, let's do your system. Like, what does it actually look like? I think like a lot of these people really struggle to articulate a coherent, practical solution. And they just settle on what they think is like the most moral solution. So like, you know, eliminating police and prisons and things like that. Like, it sounds like the moral thing to do if you have this ideology that's centered around just like constantly rejecting like state power or whatever. And it's the same thing with this. Like, you know, like, what does it actually look like when you force these two people to live under one country? You know, it doesn't look great when you think about it.
It's like a common rule, right? Like it's all destructive. It's like when you ask about housing, it's like they're very quick to say, you know, get rid of the landlords and take their property or maybe even kill them. But it's like, okay, what's the housing system
Eat
do you
the
want to replace
landlords,
it?
thank you.
Yeah, right. But then it's like, well, okay, what system do you want to replace it? And it's like, like what model, like what studies or like what examples do you want to? It's just there's nothing.
I just wanted to touch upon the thing that like I said, like you're picking up on it, Loner, where it's like these people don't really have a solution when they're pressed, and it's like, look, I don't have a solution either. I tried to present one the best way that I could in that like debate, I guess, with him, where I was like, you know, maybe we need to get like the surrounding Islamic countries involved, maybe have some normalization, some cooperation in military like action against the bad actors, right? Like people like Hamas, because, you know, I really think that an organization like that is what makes it so stinky to align, you know, with the pro-Palestinian side, because it'll always be used as a crutch against the Palestinian people, you know? Because like without an organization like that was just that would just be responsible for attacking Israel constantly, it's like you wouldn't really be able to have the enemy or the justification to constantly be the most insane, like the IDF wouldn't have the justification, I would say, to constantly be, you know, attacking the Palestinian people that way. That's just what I think, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like it's not a perfect solution either, but at least it's thinking towards something, right? Versus stammering when asked about what the government should do. I don't know. I feel like after 20 months, it would have been something, especially, you know, given by these people or this side.
Muta, can you just describe, because you barely talk about politics, and I think you did one video, and you were sort of the talk of the town in leftist spaces for, you know, a couple weeks there. What did that actually look like when you like picked up your phone and looked at your social channels? Like, how did that manifest?
I mean, my social channels were messy because it was like, oh, you're a genocide supporter, you're yada, yada, yada. But I actually like stopped going to my mosque because of it. Like I stopped going to my primary place of worship just because it was not, I don't know, you start getting like weird looks your community, like, cause there's a lot of young kids who had already known that I was a content creator. And so, you know, when they start looking at me being painted as a guy that's against Muslims, you know, it's not a welcome place anymore. So that to me was probably one of the biggest hits that I've ever had on a real mental level. You know, it's to the point where I'll be real, like I had one of those crisis of faith moment where I was like, man, I don't even know if I should even be part of this faith, but I don't know. My wife's great. She kept me in the loop. She kept me in the head. But yeah, it wasn't good. It was like, it's funny because, you know, I'm somebody that wants the ultimate peace. And when I made that video, I made a pretty like evident point and said, this conflict between Judaism and Islam is not something that is even one-sided. You know, if you go and look at the most conservative parts of Islam, as you look at the most conservative parts of Jews, and I'm sure LonerBox knows exactly what I'm talking about, there is a great amount of, you know, there's a great amount of hatred that both sides really do have. And I've always just said, it's like the only way to get past this is if we find a way to get past this, you know, hundreds of years of holy war that we've had. Because if we can't get past that one simple, I'm sorry to say that, if we can't get past that one point, then we will never, ever see peace in the Middle East, especially between these two people who should just be brothers and sisters in their Abrahamic faith, but they're not. But yeah, I'm sorry, I pivoted a lot there, but generally speaking, the biggest pain for this has been in my personal and private life. Like, I'll be real, like I have moved away from mom and dad. I don't really even see them as much anymore just because the unhinged shit on social media, I don't want any of my family associated with that at all, you know? Mm-hmm. Like anyone. So I've kept them deliberately away. I live in like I live 2 cities over at this point. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been doing internet stuff for 16 years, and I've sparred with toxic gamers and MAGA and just all types of different people. And like just a couple of weeks ago, they were like passing around a clip from me, and they were lying about what I was saying. They were telling there was like these big like left-wing channels that get pretty good engagement, and just all in one day they started posting this one clip, and they were claiming that I said that like I approve of every time that Israel has ever hit a hospital, and it was just a lie. And the torrent that I got was enough for me to like, it takes a lot to upset me after like 16 years, but that was like for a few days I was definitely pretty black pilled. This crowd, like if you don't go along with their dogma. If you don't go along with their like very specific solutions that they propose, which are oftentimes, I think, totally incoherent, if you challenge that in any way, they are like just as vicious as the worst like MAGA crowds for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where like the thing that I think he said it earlier too, when it came to the harassment, like you brought up the fact that like he brought up like, oh, Quartering and Keemstar, and a lot of these people are like friendly with him, right, or whatever, and it's just one of those things where it's like even in like an optic situation, right? If you're coming across as the most unhinged, we will not condone the tiniest bit of harassment, but the other side, who's probably, let's be honest, feigning their care. But at least in the public sense, they do care. They show empathy, which these people are not able to do. What is a normal person going to look at both sides and think, wow, which one is the more sane group of people? Is it the right-wing MAGA types that are saying, oh my God, you shouldn't have had CPS called to your house, versus the people that are just laughing about it like it's nothing, you know? I mean, it's insane. Like, these people don't understand that their internet, like, this is beyond the internet at this point, right? Like, you said it great. When the CPS was involved, you know, that's a file on record, right? It's like when the cops show up to your house for a domestic, you're on the system forever, buddy. Like, good luck getting rid of that. So it's just, these people don't, it's just insane to me that this is like the discourse and the hoops they jumped through to not condemn just the slightest problem is what I don't understand. And that's going to be the reason why none of these people build any bridges or inroads in any community or any action they do. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that was what kicked it off with Ethan. Is he was alarmed that like he just couldn't get his podcast co-host to condemn stuff that was just so clearly unhinged. Like, that was the genesis of their like big split, was this guy Second Thought, who was like literally saying that there were baby settlers, like literally like babies or valid military targets.
He said that every Israeli civilian was a military target. Like, there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian.
Yeah.
Which I think, yeah, it's like for all the clips that they ever find of people like you or me or Mutahar, it's like literally this other side thinks it's acceptable, or even an acceptable disagreement if they don't go that far, but still like, well, we still like them. We just don't think that one is like quite there. But that's like calling 7 million Jews military targets. That's mental. That's like, it's like half the world's Jews. Just like you can kill them. That's quite crazy. It's insane.
It's like, look, you know, there might have been one point where we could have probably been like, okay, maybe we should like control Z, like the whole Israel thing, right? Like when it was first made, maybe you could have done that. But when you have decades upon decades of history and like, you know, there's people that are now being born into the country for generations, how do you like undo that? You know, like I asked him a blatant question, like, what would be your future? Is it going to be like the country dissolves its borders? And then he didn't have an answer for that. I was like, he wanted it to be completely free for Palestinians, and I'm like, but what about the Jews that live there? What about the tons of Jews that moved from Islamic countries and they face persecution, right? It's like there's no answer to that. And anytime you bring this shit up, it's always like they ignore what you said, like blatantly. Like I remember when it was Hasan, and he was talking about like how I think it was Iraq that had like the right to return law. But then LonerBox, you were just like, did you read the law? Because it explicitly says Jews aren't allowed. So it's like, how are you not going to engage in this in a good faith manner and like try to at least see that this pain that is being caused, you know, there's a history to it. There's levels of hate. Like I asked him, like, how many times has Israel and or like Arab countries been at war? Because this discontent didn't start out of nowhere. The land grabs didn't start out of nowhere. Correct me if I'm wrong, LonerBox. I don't know entirely the history on this stuff one-to-one. But the land grab started because of the Israeli-Arab conflicts, like the wars, and then the Arabs lost and the Israelis gained ground, which is something that happens in a war, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't understand. It's like these people, like they completely ignore the context of what has happened. And it's like, and you know what? I'm not here to relitigate the past. I'm here to look to the future. So it's like, what do we do in the present to clean things up in the region and prevent more children, men and women dying? Because for me, it's like, I'm not going to sit here and like pussyfoot around the definition of a genocide. It is a genocide, in my opinion, right? When people are systemically dying, when people are dying outright constantly, and there is just a death toll that keeps piling up, when there is a October 7th or a 9/11, as some people say, every single day in that region, I don't take that lightly. So what do we do going forward? That's my goal. That's where I want to reach with the discourse. Because I don't think arguing like this about it, and these people turning Ethan Klein into like the lightning rod for this whole situation is the answer at all.
I mean, it is like there is a whole thing like I don't know if people call it like the narcissism of small differences or whatever, but the fact that like Ethan actually, if he was in Israel, they'd call him a traitor. Like most of them would call him a traitor for saying that settlers are military targets, for calling it genocide, for supporting like even some forms of BDS, for even saying that there were some actions the Houthis could do in the Red Sea that would be justified. It's like, yeah, that would get you beaten up by in some parts of Israel, or maybe even killed. So it's it's just kind of weird that like it's quite bizarre to think that like but I guess that is quite a common thing for those types. Is like I feel like if people like Ethan or me or anyone else just went like full right wing Kahanists, we'd probably get left alone, right? It's just that
true.
I just find it so bizarre. I find it so bizarre that like that was the lightning rod of their attention when apparently in the middle of a genocide, you know, like you would the way you think
it's like there are tons of people that spread actual anti-Semitism. Like I think it was Aunt Candace Owens who was like bringing up the Jews and dinosaurs. There's tons of people that do not like. There's tons of people that are vapid IDF supporters, right? Like I'm sure if you go onto like Twitter or like any shithole like social media, you'll find tons of people. It's like, yeah, squad wiping, dude. Go ahead, IDF. They would say the most unhinged shit. But it's like, why are you going after Ethan Klein? Whereas, like, as somebody that has Israeli like citizenship alongside American, has been the most conceding person in this entire situation, right? Like, and this goes beyond like public stuff. Like even privately, when I've talked to Ethan, it's like he really genuinely does care a lot about the Palestinian people. Him and Hila. Like, I don't see any like vitriol from them against a group of people. So it's like, why target people that give a shit? All right. And concede ground versus people that just don't. People that are far larger in the political sphere and people that spread really dangerous, like Hasbras, they would want to call it, right? Like the propaganda for the Israelis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had to invent a fiction about him to make him their villain, because to LonerBox's point, I mean, he was like the day after October 7th was speaking to the plight of Palestinians, addressing their suffering and their trauma, and what they've been forced to endure for decades. Like he went so far in his rhetoric, like way farther than I thought he would go. I mean, he called it a genocide really early on, but because he, as a Jewish man who had dual citizenship, started to see some really alarming rhetoric, like he felt like unnerved by that or upset by that. And when he tried to address that, they accused him of like centering the conflict around himself and distracting from the real problem. So even if they're not like intentionally being anti-Semitic, you're kind of like walking right up to the line of anti-Semitism if you're telling like a Jewish man like, oh, you're just being crazy. Like you have no reason to be concerned. You're just blowing this out of proportion. In fact, you're making this about yourself. It's actually kind of narcissistic. You're kind of crazy. Are you on drugs? It just escalates and escalates, you know? And it was, it's they in my opinion, they fumbled. You know, you have this dual citizen who is willing to condemn Netanyahu the way that he was, and they just ripped him to shreds over, you know, what ultimately amounted to minor differences. You know, one state versus two state.
The thing is, like, I tried to explain this to Ethan as well, though. But it's like, well, first of all, I don't think the differences are all that minor, like, because these other guys,
right? Yeah, to your that's fair. Yes.
Like, yeah, but it's also just like, but. The way I tried to explain it to Ethan before was just like, it was never about a lack of empathy for Palestinians. It was about a lack of appropriate hatred for Israel. And it's all like, that's why I think there's a distinction between these people who call themselves pro-Palestine and actually supporting Palestinians. Because if these guys were pro-Palestinian, why the do they not support the anti-Hamas protesters? Like half of Gaza does. We know that if they got their way, then there would be a lot less, we wouldn't have had the airstrikes that have been going on for the last couple of weeks or even months, because they started in like March, I think. You notice that whole movement has taken place under like an iron boot, basically. Like the fact that they're protesting at all is like insane. And those people who call themselves the pro-Palestine movement just don't talk about them. They're not interested in them, which is really interesting, which is quite strange, because you would think that those people like rising up against the people who they now blame for getting them into that situation in the first place would be a really big deal, but they don't care because, again, that's not the narrative. That might be Palestinian people who are out there protesting against Hamas, but that's not like the pro-Palestine narrative. And these are two different things. Like what, and I can predict this right now as well, like with a lot of these like Western pro-Palestine activists, is like the people in Gaza will turn on Hamas faster than the people in the West will. Like that's going to happen. It's already kind of happened so far. And I think that's probably why you have this issue right now where you have like probably one of the most popular social movements in the world since BLM, and they've achieved absolutely nothing. Like they can raise money for UNRWA and things like that every now and then, which is great. But like besides that, for all the toxicity and the vitriol that goes along with it, like you'd think there'd be a lot more to show for it, but there's nothing. Like maybe a few more people will set themselves on fire, maybe a couple more shootings will happen, but that's all they're going to achieve because they haven't really focused anything on what they want as a positive outcome. It's all just about like, who do you hate appropriately and how much are you willing to toe a certain narrative?
Yeah, that was
a failed narrative.
That was Noah's logic when he said the protests haven't worked. And so we have, in his words, he said, we are in close physical proximity with these creators and politicians who support the genocide, and we need to escalate.
Yeah, what the fuck's that going to do? What if you shoot like a Republican? Okay.
Right.
I mean, if anything, all that violence just leads to you guys looking like it just leads to the movement looking terrible, right? I mean, we just saw that happen with the Israeli embassy stuff, right? Like, none of the violence is going to solve anything. Like coming to my house and shooting me, like if Noah was like implying that, I don't know if he was or not. You know, allegedly, that was.
He was 100%.
I don't know.
I mean, you know, legally speaking, of course.
Did you see him? Did you see him talking about the people who died because someone called them peace activists or the pro peace?
Yeah, I know he giggled at it. He smirked.
And then he followed up by saying, "Yeah, I think it's we need to escalate. Protesting's not enough." So it's like Jesus. Yeah.
It's just, you know, like, and for my personal growth, like as a Muslim person who was born back home, but I was very raised over here. You know, post 9/11, things were definitely a little bit, you know, kind of hairy for Muslims growing up in North America. So it's like, when I see these like Hasan types who are just like kind of like cheering on and like treating these people as resistance groups, like these people that have besmirched, you know, like I would say Muslims around the world, it feels like there's a regression. You know, it feels like we're going to take a step back socially. We're gonna get back into that like pile of hate and division, and all of the progress that we've made since 2001 is just going to be reversed. Like that's what I personally feel is going to happen. And it's disgusting to see, right? Like, it's like all the efforts that I have done as an immigrant in this country is slowly just being reversed. You know, when you've got, Hutch, let me tell you the most insane shit. When you've got people in this camp going up and calling my wife a neo-Nazi, I've already like completely like just lost the plot. Like, I don't even know where to go from here, you know?
Like IRL, somebody walked up and said that?
No, like on the online front, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
My wife a neo-Nazi, so I'm like, bro, I'm sorry to say, like, if this is how far gone the discourse is, like, you guys have just regressed to an insane level. And it's almost like blackpilling to.
That is how far it's gone, and it is there. We are at that moment. So I think that ship has sailed. Like we're already there. Yeah.
And it's like, that's why I like when I see you know, talk about like building bridges or like trying to build like a coalition, because it's like, even as much as these people don't want to, it's like there's nothing you're able to do if you're constantly giving ground out to like right-wing Republicans who like, how is it good when right now the current state of things is they're talking about like wiping Gaza and possibly like turning it into like a U.S. state or like, I don't know, putting Disneyland on it at this point.
Well, they say it would have been they say that it would have been that bad with Kamala. That's their cope. Like they think that Kamala and Biden were maximally evil and therefore on the same plane as Trump, and it's obvious like nonsense. But that's what they say. It's like things are already bad. It's like, really? Okay, I feel like it could get a lot worse if we continue to allow Republicans to keep winning elections.
It's like, because what happens after this election, right? Like, what happens when you get somebody even more unhinged? And that person pushes the country more to it. Because like you said it right, like America's a great country. It has a lot of checks and balances, but those checks and balances don't really mean shit when the current person is already ignoring those checks and balances. Who's to say it sticks, 4 years down the road later, right? Like, who's to say anything changes?
Well, I mean, if we let them have big enough majorities to pass constitutional amendments, then they can just craft the system to be what they want it to be. Anyways, it could get the idea that it couldn't get much worse than now is just so myopic, just so uncreative, unimaginative. You really can't.
It's letting yourself cede ground, because ultimately, like, these people see themselves as like revolutionaries holding AK-47s fighting against the government when they'd be the last people to stick a magazine in a rifle and take it to the government. You know what I mean?
I've enjoyed this conversation, guys, but I have to get some food too. I'm having but yeah, good chatting with you guys. Thanks for coming on.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, take care. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Top 5 stream, guys. I think that was a top 5 stream today.